गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एदा चौकस बाकी आया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flop जीवे तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे तेरा चलना ही
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 नॉकआउट करूं दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूं ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूं बिना मेरा चिकन डिनर कभी हार ना कबूल करूं कभी हार ना कबूल करूं
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखण दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाहता लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flop जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Game over.
Team QWERTY in this one. Exactly, one of the most experienced lineups when we talk about this name and the game that they play, right? We talk about Khan, one of the most impressive IGLs, and that is not just it. With a player like Rahman, right? They know what they are doing. Wolverine knows what he's doing. I mean, in my mind, it still comes down to 2 seasons back, his AWM 1v3 that he did in the final circles. It just comes down to his aim, his understanding of the game, and well, his execution onto the game. But well, it's not just that.
Exactly, it's not just that because Rahman is not going to be alone this time. This time he has Gravity as well, a new lad who has been firing on all cylinders and has been phenomenal in the team's run during the qualifiers.
But the only bad thing that might as well just come up from the team is if this energy falls down, the team falls down. And that's one thing that I believe they'll have to work on.
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen this time, and for that we wish good luck to Team QWERTY for their match. 3x Esports.
Well, definitely a team that we have seen the sheer gun power in the recent qualifiers. So a team known as IAD has the real gun power. Apart from that, if I see any team that can match the sheer aggression, it is going to be a 3x Esports.
I think the 3x just represents their gun skills inside of the game. But let's not forget Miracle and Ali. The duo is also super amazing to watch. I feel like these two have capabilities of taking down entire 4-man rosters all by themselves.
But we need not to forget, it is a new lineup. It's a complete new team. And coming into a PMPL, you need to have a lot of experience. So I hope once they progress in the complete PMPL series, they gain this experience all throughout.
And for that, we'll be watching this team very closely, watching their matches, watching individual performances as well. But to 3x Esports, we wish them good luck for the PMPL.
exclusively for Pakistan. A chance to push your limits. The squads are ready to turn their dreams into reality.
It's our chance to reach the biggest.
It's time to enter the dawn of new champions.
Let the action begin.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the first Super Weekend of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Spring 2022. Of course, before we have the event started, a huge shout out to Oppo, who are of course PUBG Mobile Pakistan Esports official smartphone partners. As we head along to the day, joining along with me is of course going to be SALTxi8 as we head in to yet another fresh day. What are you expecting, mate?
Dude, again, when it comes down to summarizing day 1 and day 2 of the Super Weekend, it has been absolute chaos and mayhem that's been created in the lobby. So when it comes down to final day of the Super Weekend, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that the teams that find themselves on the bottom of that leaderboard. I mean, when the day started off yesterday, we had FMxR3D walk away with a chicken dinner. An amazing turn of events for their side. But as the day progressed on, they were not able to sustain that sort of a lead that they created. So today I'm hoping that the few teams from the second page are able to just bring that lead forward and then sustain that lead as they progress on through the day.
So I think, long story short, you would want the teams on the bottom half to rise up and get some position in the higher order is, I think, what you want to say. And yeah, of course, we would love to see that, especially a few of the names that we do have. Magnus, Regicide, who showed some promising signs yesterday, but eventually, still they've got to find their way through that kill department that they kind of, bugged around with. But right now, before we have the day started, for all the new viewers out there, let's take a look at the format explanation as to how this year's PMPL is going to be panning out through. So as you know, teams have been divided into 5 groups each, and in every group we do have 4 teams that will be battling it out during the league days. Now the top 16 teams from the league days will be heading to the respective Super Weekends, and Super Weekends is where it's going to be a battle for 3 days, and that is where they'll be all battling it out, and the points that you sort of accumulate during the Super Weekend will only matter. And towards the end of the 3 Super Weekends that we have, the top 16 teams head into the finals, who will be contesting for this whooping prize pool of 1.76 Pakistani rupees, 76 crore Pakistani rupees. And well, if that's not some big money, I do not know what is, SALTxi8.
Well, again, as you talk about money, we do have to mention that when it comes to the Super Weekend, every single team that walks away with a chicken dinner already has $500 in the bank. And that itself has been quite a big leap from the side of Quantum Rage, where they have been able to accumulate quite a big chunk of that bank, of that Super Weekend chicken dinner winner money.
Yeah, I mean, they've already managed to get $1,500, and that's a lot of money, almost around 2.4 lakh Pakistani rupees. And how did they do that? They accumulated a lot of points and got that chicken dinner. So if you are getting a chicken dinner, you're going to get 15 points. And so on, the point structure sort of says that the points keep on reducing till the point where you, from 13 to 16, you get nothing. 8 to 12, you get just that 1 point. So clearly understood, if you are the bottom half, you've got to settle with at the very best with just 1 point. So you've got to keep your focus, trying to be always at least around the top 5 to make sure you have accumulated a decent amount of position points. But now we're going to take a look at the squad rosters for this Super Weekend, as we do have SALTxi8, amazing comeback. We do have Quantum Rage with us still on that TBD top position. QWERTY Esports, this is also one of those teams that really made a comeback in that final game yesterday, as 52 Rage Esports, they're still somewhere down the line struggling to find their groove.
Absolutely are. And as we move on through to the next set of teams that are part of the Super Weekend, we've got Freestyle FS, who have had a wonderful run, is what I would say. When the journey started off for them. And of course, as the days have progressed on along, there's been a little bit of a hiccup situation for their side, but nothing taken away from their position, which is comfortable on the 8th as of now with 72 points. As we move on through to Team H2E. Now, this is a team that has definitely showcased a different resurgence altogether compared to the league play days, because this team find themselves on the second in the overall standings, 112 points to this team. The consistency from the side of H2E has been so very immaculate. On the other front, on the contrary, in fact, would be the side of FMxR3D, who yesterday, as I was talking about it, Erangel first game, they got a wonderful chicken dinner with 16 elimination points, but as the day progressed on, they were not able to sustain that sort of a lead for themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean the consistency is somewhere they're still trying to find a good position in. Eventually, in the first few games of yesterday, we saw them really picking up the pace. You know, for a moment, it really felt that this is the FMR3D that we were searching for, and it went on to the second game where they sort of ended at the 4th position with 6 kills. But there onwards, that is where they started struggling around in the remainder of the games. But as we move along, Magnus, Regicide, they all need to work out, all the 4 teams, in fact, 3x Esports, 4v even for a moment, really felt, they were doing good. They were getting there. They did manage to get a second position finish in yesterday's third game, which was the second game of Erangel. But one look at the overall rankings before we have our first matchup of the evening getting started off. As you can see, SALTxi8 making some huge strides as they've already crossed that 100 marker, and clearly you can see that 63 elimination points is something that all the remainder of the teams would be looking out for. They've been aggressive, they've always showed that sort of a compassion. But today, they've got to focus on getting a few more position points. And if they sort of maintain that consistency, Lakshya, I think they might just topple over Quantum Rage.
It is very much possible from the side of SALTxi8, because the way that they've been able to play second day of the Super Weekend, it is definitely a resurgence from their side. As we move on through to the second page of the leaderboard, where we do definitely want to be able to see some comeback stories. Right off the bat, we're looking at 52 XGeneration on that 11th position, along with Team TUF on 12th, and then comes the teams that you were mentioning a couple of minutes ago as well: Magnus, 4V, XTFT, Regicide, 3X. All of these teams, they are going to have to try their level best, because today is their final opportunity to be able to make that sort of a comeback story, not necessarily, but still get closer to the point structure that has been created on the first page.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course they will have to do, as we take a look at Team TUF, who managed to scrap off a chicken dinner yesterday, right? Just stealing it away from SALTxi8 in the final game. Not a lot of kills though, but still, they're getting there. As long as you're getting those chicken dinners, you're getting yourself those 15 points. But as we take a look at how this team has been performing, Joker surely has been the standout player, accumulating 21 eliminations for himself, and not by far behind. We do have Edgar with 16 eliminations to his name as well. Now we've got to consider the fact that Joker has managed to get 21 eliminations in just 15 games played. So clearly shows that he's in here for some serious business. As you can see, the graph for TUF is steadily increasing, and hey, that's a good news.
It definitely is. I mean, we did see some resurgence, as we were talking about it in the final game of Erangel yesterday, where they did steal, actually, literally they stole that chicken dinner away. But nevertheless, I mean, they got those points for themselves. And as you so perfectly mentioned, when it comes down to the final game that they had, yes, that was good. Now let's just hope this upward graph slowly and steadily keeps on progressing for this final day.
Oh, we certainly do, right? Because today's day has been about the the bottom order teams, whether or not if they can get themselves back. But a glimpse at how TUF really performed yesterday, through in and throughout. Finally finding that little bit of a luck around that final game, getting that chicken dinner. But this was abysmal, right? Literally preposterous, especially 420 boy just could not believe himself as he was shot down right around and had to be punished, right? You just cannot expect to be walking off looting with full freedom, especially when you're dropping off at geographical contenders. That is one of those things that TUF did their homework upon, and well, this is the final game where they managed to wipe out the players of SALTxi8 and secure that chicken dinner for themselves, a much needed one. Kind of putting a stop on SALTxi8's mayhem yesterday. That 18 kills, second position for them, just denied that chicken dinner, but they're going to be happy. So we've been talking about SALTxi8 a lot, clearly being one of the fan favorite teams from the Pakistani region.
Right.
However, when I just got done with my cast yesterday, I sort of started to ponder, right? Well, I mean, they're still in the contention, they're still in the race. I think the only thing that they're trying to look out for is get a lot of chickens, get a lot of kills for themselves. But
Yes.
we've got another team amongst us, Team QWERTY, who have been struggling a little bit lately. They've had their good games, but I think in terms of how they've positioned themselves, they certainly can do better.
They are, I mean, slowly but surely they are improving upon their gameplay. There is nothing taken away from that, and that was clearly being showcased on the side of Destroyer, Wolverine, Gravity, and of course Khan being the IGL. Slowly and steadily they are progressing on along, and when it comes to the overall storyboard itself, I mean, they find themselves on that 4th position with 92 points. So that clearly does indicate that, yes, it has not necessarily been one of those teams that have had a wonderful run and have had chicken dinners with some amazing elimination points, but consistently they've slowly but surely been keeping the graph steady for themselves, rising up.
Oh yeah, and at this point, staying at the 4th spot is something Team QWERTY will not be happy about, because come on, teams like SALTxi8 and QWERTY would want to be very up above the competition, right? And today would again be their day where they would be looking forward to it, as we take a few looks at how they performed yesterday. Really, yesterday was actually an improvement for them, right? Still, I think they are in pursuit for that winner chicken dinner. The best that they've managed is getting the 3rd position twice for themselves, out of which one came with 11 kills. So clearly, Gravity, a lot to see from this lad. I think all the fans are also waiting as to when will Rehman, or you can say Anaconda, make his comeback into the team, and that's long awaited, that's long overdue. But yeah, I think Team QWERTY, especially Destroyer, this one little play that he made yesterday really won our hearts.
Indeed, I mean, when it comes to Team QWERTY, we did initially see during the league play days that there was a little bit of a communication gap that was being showcased from that side. But in the Super Weekends, that has been definitely cleared up, and they are synergistically pushing on to create those fights and those opportunities for themselves. And of course, as you perfectly mentioned, I mean, Destroyer, Wolverine, they have definitely been in the top-notch form that now Gravity and Khan, they need to deliver along with the team synergistic play to be able to, again, I mean, nothing taken away from their play, right? They're on the 4th position in the overall storyboard. It is looking pretty comfortable for them for now.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're comfortable as of now, and
Right.
they would be looking to further increase their numbers. But there are still a few teams that we really need to talk about that have kind of taken a dip, and I think we've got to bring in
Oh, yes.
52x Rage over here, because they've been really aggressive. They've been taking a lot of fights. Clearly, Daku being the one who's been putting up most of the plays. But certainly, today their initial objective will be to get into the first half of the table. And I think one good game might just be the answer, because they're sitting at 64 points, right? The team
Right.
nearest to them is Team Clarity and Star and FS, who are sitting at 70 points and FS on 72. So just one little game, one good game will certainly propel them up to better heights. But you could see the performance seismograph speaking otherwise, right? There's one good game, and which is followed by either 2 bad games, or then we have another good game, then another bad game. So yeah, a little bit of a search for some consistency. Let's see if today could be the evening where they do find the same.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed for the same indeed, because again, when it comes down to 52x Rage's playstyle, I mean, we've seen them be aggressive stance, creating an aggressive stance for themselves, and they are able to deliver that sort of a massive blow that's required from them in that particular opportunity and position. But overall, when it comes down to the way that 52x Rage likes to play, is a very back-end approach, right? I mean, this is the team that wants to try and let other teams fight for as long as possible before they get into the fight, before they get into the zone altogether itself. And till now, again, I mean, nothing taken away from them. It has been slowly, consistently kind of keeping their appearances up. but overall that kind of play style is not favoring them because they rise up and then quickly they fall down to the second page.
Yeah, I mean, one of their most iconic situations or moments we can say is that little fight happening around that Paradise Resort area with MetershotxSKY. As they have been getting the better piece of the pie every single time they've come in onto the occasions. They've managed to take down or get the better out of MetershotxSKY. Yesterday, I think it was one of the players who made that huge blunder from MetershotxSKY, which really hit them right back at their face. But taking a look again at the statistics, you could clearly see, right, Daku has been the best player by far, and having 14 games played, managing to get 15 kills. Now that's a good feat for him. But the remainder of the team also needs to step up, and heading into the first game of Erangel, a few of the things, you know, we've been talking about, a lot of teams have improved. Now, talking about teams like Freestyle, talking about teams like MetershotxSKY, you know, today is going to be so important to get their ground back, and the same can be said for the grounders as well. You know, they started off the day on a really good note. I think they were in the top 3 position, and since the 8th game, we did see that a little bit of a dip in the performance. But as we take a look at the schedule for today's evening, it's going to be the same for throughout the Super Weekend. We're going to start off in Erangel, then move on to Miramar. We're going to have 3 Erangel throughout the day. The 14th game is, of course, going to be Sanhok, in which we really expect a lot of unexpected things to happen. And yesterday was one of those moments where SALTxi8 finally managed to get that chicken dinner, get that extra $500 to themselves out of a match which nobody has a lot of expectations from, especially in Sanhok, and they took early casualties, right? They lost one of their players. Despite that, they still came out through. But taking a look at the Erangel map chances, we do have Quantum Rage being really consistent, right? Even in terms of if they're not able to succeed with getting a lot of kills, they somehow make up for it in terms of the position points that they accumulate.
Absolutely do, every single time, and that is nothing that all the other teams are doing wrong. It's just that Quantum Rage are able to better grasp the opportunity and be able to read that zone when it comes down to their rotations itself, and that is definitely favoring them. But today, once again, I mean, as we've been talking about it throughout the Super Weekend, today is going to be the day of comeback. Yesterday was a day of comeback, and definitely today will hopefully not be any different. I mean, we've seen the likes of TUF, 52x Rage, who are slowly, steadily trying to climb up the ladder. For the likes of FS, Clarity, things have gotten a little difficult, not necessarily difficult is not the right word, but yeah, it's gotten a little bit of a stalemate situation is what these teams find themselves in. So today it is open to, I mean, anybody's prediction and guesses, because I am definitely rooting for an aggressive lobby right off the bat from the first game of Erangel itself.
Oh yeah, I mean, considering the first day of the Super Weekend, yesterday's start was a little bit slow, so we've got to see as to how the tempo is going to be in this particular matchup, right? And where the circle is, because the circle, I believe, has been dictating majority of how the game's pace is going to be. As if we get a certain circle, a lot of teams are going to be rotating early on. We're going to witness those skirmishes happening really fast. But if it's going to be some sort of a Gatka default circle, or maybe around the eastern side prison mansion default circle, then things are going to be a little bit different, because you have a lot of compounds to save yourselves, survive till the very end. Teams will then kind of be a little bit skeptical about trying to go in for a push. But one thing that we've learned from this region is they're not scared of taking fights. They're not afraid to do that. Every single moment they get the chance, they jump on and grab the opportunity.
Every single time. I mean, no matter what the team is, either it be H2E, either it be Quantum Rage, or on the other front from 52x Rage, or 3x for that matter itself. I mean, we've seen when it comes down to utilizing on those opportunities, all these teams, they are very well equipped. It just boils down to the zone, as you so perfectly mentioned. And again, when you talk about the zone, yesterday, dude, when it came down to the final map of Erangel, right, the zone definitely had a different mindset. There, it was chaotic. It was a chaotic game, the final game on Erangel yesterday. And I'm hoping, I mean, this is something that me and CA yesterday spoke about as well, that today being the final day of the first Super Weekend, every single game that we've got, every single time, we should have a zone that is absolutely absurd. That is going to make this lobby aggressive and fight that much more, I think.
I mean, we'll find out, and let's head in directly as the flight path trajectory heads in from Peripay towards shooting range. So a lot of teams that tend to go towards Yasnaya Polyana, especially teams like Quantum Rage, now they will have to take some second thoughts at that. However, Clarity, they've got to make sure that they come up with a plan as to how to deal with TUF. And for sure, one thing out there, 420 OP boy is not going to be coming in alone today, because if he does, he's going to be in for a bashing out around here. But from what we can see at this moment, nothing has really changed, right? The ground is heading towards Primorsk, and yeah, of course we've got freestyle around that QWERTY area, and we've got to see as to where the first fight is going to be erupting, as 4VTFT and QWERTY nearby to each other. But QWERTY is again one of those teams that we have seen they love to head towards Lipovka, and have one of those players stationed at the western side, just towards the east of Mansion Building, that little compound area that we have. But well, again, a default Gatka circle is right in front of us. Regicide right at the middle of things. They have to make sure that they get themselves looted early on, and a good compound to work around with. As for now, SALTxi8, they're going to make sure that they're going to be looting a lot faster. And this is where, I would suggest get your loot done really fast and quick. Head inside the circle, hold a good position. Eventually, they're going to find a lot of kills, but still yet to see what their approach is going to be as Team QWERTY. They've been taking a longer parachute traveling distance, as Gravity right on finding the vehicle spawn, as he will get along with his teammate Wolverine, and would be heading towards Lipovka. That has been the go-to approach for the boys. And now this is where the concern really arises, right, Plotter? Because for the fact, they've got to be they're going to be heading towards that eastern side. You've got to go there. You do not have enough time, because in the next a minute and 30 seconds, this zone is going to shrink in soon. So we're going to be expecting, the boys from QWERTY to be having a little less loot compared to the other teams in the lobby, who are really comfortable inside the zone. They're enjoying that moment. And for now, let's see what can these boys do. But for TUF, it's going to be Edgar just looting around the Western Georgia Paul city, rather, as my eyes are really searching for 420. This time he's got some company, right? He's got Danny along with him. So Team
Exactly.
Clarity, they're going to be making sure, Lakshay, that they watch out for TUF, or maybe they be the ones aggressing at their direction this time.
It could be. I mean, we did see in the clips as well when it came down to 420 just being unaware of the fact that there is a team that is going to be close in the vicinity. And that was, of course, the side of TUF Edgar and his teammates, who were just completely thrashing 420 and did not let him even get an opportunity to retaliate. And that is something that, of course, we do see the approach from the side of Clarity is going to be based on that particular fight altogether itself. But apart from that, I mean, apart from these two teams being so very close to each other, all the other teams, they are pretty much fanned out for now. When it comes down to those early contestations or drop locations, I mean, we're looking at a couple of these teams who are actually creating a two-man split. Magnus, 52x Rage, easily. FS, they've got a very fanned out approach through Ferry Pier all the way down to Primorsk, where they're trying to retain as much information as they possibly can sitting on those hills.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, this is where you gotta start floating around the circle, right? Because inside the zone, you've just gotta make the right call outs. You've gotta make the right timings. You've gotta choose the right compound, and just pray to dear Lord that it really works out for you. But
True.
for this team, MetershotxSKY, one of the major issues that I've been witnessing is that they tend to head in very late inside the circle. As a result, yesterday in one of those games, they went in so late, and they had a fight in which they got instantly wiped out. So that is not a good news for them. Quantum Rage really just beside the circle is, and they're gonna have no issues rotating in if FMxR3D decide to gatekeep them. That's gonna be a different story otherwise.
It definitely could be. But again, I mean, it seems like SALTxi8, as we look on towards the military base, they seem to be on the move. They seem to be making an early rotation. See, maybe, okay, maybe not, never mind. But that would be lovely to be able to see from from the side of SALTxi8, because they need to change that sort of a strategy by sticking to the edge of the zone. They could maybe try and just completely overturn that, and try and get into the zone early. And that would allow them to, because again, so many times we've seen SALTxi8, when they try and make those late sort of rotations, stick into the edge of the zone, and then they try and find a compound, they almost always are caught off guard and end up losing the battle because they don't have the safety of the compound as their opponents. On the other front, it seems like Freestyle is having a little bit of a vehicle issue, and Wasi, of course, no problem at all. His teammates are going to be around to give him nothing actually. There's no lift that's going to be allowed right here because it is going to be troublesome for them to actually get this thing fixed.
Yeah, now it's just gotten worse. But hey, it works. It worked out.
Engineering to another degree, dude.
Yeah, hey, in this game, we're not going to question the physics of things, right? Now, freestyle
No,
is
I'm
one of
talking
those.
about engineering. I would have never, honestly, fixes. If I had that vehicle that was upside down, I would have been like, all right, my game is done, dude. I cannot do anything. And look at the resilience from these dudes.
Oh, I mean, they don't give up, do they? But one thing with freestyle, I think it was during the PMSC, the boys were having fun. They were just using the glider and just hovering around the map. And we would love to see a glider, especially in the PMPL, right? Gives you so much of vision, gives you so much information to work around with. Of course, does come with a lot of setbacks that you become the delicate darling high up in the sky, and with the way these players are really adept at their shooting skills, they might just go for a bird hunt and they're going to succeed at that. So you've got to take your trades properly. So let's see what, or rather, if we do get to see a glider in this one. But yes, SALTxi8 Crypto, one of the best players that Pakistan has ever produced in quite some long time, has been struggling a little bit of struggling in lately with a little bit of form, especially in those close win situations. But still, one of those players that you can always rely on, as he's slowly but surely getting there. But we do have some initial skirmishes, some kerfuffles happening between FMR3D and 3x Esports, as FMR3D wanted to rotate inside the circle. They meant no harm, but were caught by the players of 3x Esports.
See, this is the second or the third time that I'm looking at when it comes to 3x Esports' approach to a fight. Ali is the man who always goes out for those flank angles. And he is, I mean, again, nothing taken away from the way that the team is sitting on the leaderboard, but the play that they're making, that is top-notch, crisp and clean. And that is how you're supposed to be able to create those sort of angles to be able to take the fight in your advantage. So that is commendable, of course, but somewhere along the line, overall, when it comes down to just from one game to the next, sticking to that rhythm, that is where 3x just completely loses the momentum, sadly.
Oh yeah, I mean 3x Esports, I think their primary issue has been with the positioning points, right? Nothing else. I think in terms of taking fights, they have been looking sound. They've managed to pull off a lot of disappointments, and they've got that little bit of a rivalry going on with the players of SALTxi8. Now they might deny the fact, but we've all seen that. There's been so many occasions that they've been heading along fighting against them, and somehow they managed to tend to meet against each other. As we speak, we've got the first airdrop right in front of us. It's going to be the AWM, as Teen Wolf would be right walking at Thor's direction, this time being a little bit careful, but 420 boy, he is going to be kicking himself in the foot as he gets knocked down right out in the open, and Danny, he's gotten in to get that res back up. But TmwEsports, this is the moment which they should really capitalize, and they're not doing it.
Well, they're taking it slow and easy. I mean, they do know exactly where the opponent is, but it seems like the site is going to be an issue where we do see a red dot being used from the side of Joker. So we did see Edgar try and bring in a little bit of, I think it was a 3x that he had, but yeah, that does make a little bit of a difference as well, right? If you don't have enough information, even though you've been able to get a player knocked, you end up double questioning your own self that should we not, should we not? And those couple of seconds itself is what the opponent needs. And that is where Clarity, of course, were able to get that revival done. And no team stays the wiser, as no elimination was confirmed for any of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, somehow they've managed to escape, and yeah, I think Clarity will be breathing a sigh of relief over there. But Malik finding Shaw out over here as yet another casualty for FMR3D, as they were just trying to, traverse around. Still, this time as well, meant no harm really, but being caught off guard by the boys over there from Freestyle, as Malik is going to try and get Pika as well, as he's going to pepper down a couple of bullets, nothing really connecting, and now it's a wise decision just to back off, get yourselves a good position, find some decent cover, get yourselves maybe to a higher ground, somewhere around a little bit of a dip, and that is what the intention is going to be. But for Pika and Finisher, they've been dropped back or they're playing on a back foot right now, as they've got to focus a lot on those position points in this game.
Absolutely, just a two-man squad from the side of FMxR3D. They tried to and recreate that sort of a play style that they had in the first game yesterday. That definitely not working in their favor. But now, as you perfectly mentioned, it is all going to be based on how long can they survive. Because once again, I mean, we're 10 minutes, 11 minutes into the game, and we still have 16 teams alive. Only 2 players have been eliminated in this battleground. So still a very slow-paced gameplay showcased from the entirety of the lobby, and rightfully so, because this is the third day of the first Super Weekend, so they knew what is at the stake. And with that, in the mini, Sensei, the Grounders player, is just being so very cheeky. He's got the information, he's got his teammates set up as well, that they are not going to be pushing on to those triggers as of now.
Look at how they've positioned themselves.
Right,
You know,
yeah.
Sixo could do better with, hiding his buggy a little bit if he wants to maintain that stealthy play for him. But this is a replay as to how Anubis really got caught off guard, and he was in such a dire situation, could do nothing about it. A little bit of a glimpse over at Edgar's knock on 420 OP boy as well, as things did not work out then and there also. But Malik making sure gets the better out of Shaw, as we do have QWERTY this time getting the better out of 4v Now this is again another of those rivalries that we've been witnessing for quite some time. As if my memory serves me right, it was yesterday where QWERTY again wiped out the entirety of 4v somewhere
Yep.
around that particular area.
That is true. That is so very true indeed. Now, I'm not sure if it's a rivalry or not, but again, if at all there's anything to say for the side of 4v XTFD, their rotations, dude. I mean, their rotations are all over the place so many times. They're crossing through other opponents' compounds, thinking that, yeah, we're going to be able to YOLO it. And so many times that is where they definitely get pincered down. But with that, as we move on through with the zone, it is going to be 52x Rage. Once again, the team always tries to find themselves in the comfort of the zone, and here they are pretty much in the center, looking very, very cautious, as they've got the compound working for them and no other team around in the vicinity. But then again, I mean, all 16 teams are still surviving, so this is anybody's game for now.
Oh, this certainly could be. But you know what? I've been loving how SALTxi8 just made that movement around that quarry hills, right? It has still been uncontested, and they're going to be getting there early. So if they make sure they have their players alive, then this could be a really good game. They could get another chicken dinner that they were looking for. The very first in Erangel, one of their strongest maps, but lately they've been struggling a little bit. Now with Regicide having already lost out on Insane, I don't think there's any chance on planet Earth that this man could be saved, as John did want to get in a little bit close, but now he's going to be at the receiving end of things as he gets wiped out as well. And with that, I believe Team Regicide is out of the game yet again, and at the 16th spot. So the only problem I feel with this team right now is the communication gap that's been building up. But hold on, we have yet another fight ensuing right in front of us, as Cronus would be nobbing that grenade. Avenger still not taking quite some hefty amount of damage as predicted, as Malik, he's gonna cook his nade, as well as Ali does manage to find a knock onto which Avenger will get traded off instantly by the magical player Wasi, as Freestyle somehow tend to defend their territory. As Tyrant again, yet another beautiful knock coming in, but the trades equally as beautiful as well. But Tyrant still not willing to give up, manages to find yet another knock as we speak, as Kaizen messes it up a little bit over there, as Freestyle get a very successful squad wipe. But hold on, Lakshay, TUF is just around the corner.
Oh yes, they definitely are, with the 4 numbers advantage, 4 team members pushing on along against the opponent, which is going to be a tricky affair for now, because they fight that FS took. They're still trying to recuperate from that. They're still trying to, as we can clearly see, get those bandages, and the health gets segregated amongst themselves. And in all of this, MetershotxSKY finally have made an entry into the zone. A very late rotation coming in from their side, from the western front, from No Reply Bridge, and they are going to be finding themselves in the comfort of the zone, as there is no team to contest that position. But on the other front, when it comes down to contestations, a few of these teams, like for example Team Star on our screen right now, they've got the information. They want to be able to retaliate, because they find themselves on that 9th position with 70 points. They want to be able to get a lot more and push on along. With that, let's see what sort of a play are they going to be able to create, because on the minimap we can clearly see that there are a few teams that are surrounding Team Star's position as of now.
Oh yeah, we do have the boys from FMR3D, and I do not understand why PK was out so much in the open. Maybe wanting to collect a little bit of an information there, but look at the circle shift go. Quantum Race, they're going to be so proud and happy
Wow.
about their zone prediction as we do have the circle taking that radical shift around that northeastern spot. And this is where, SALTxi8, again, not having the lady luck in their favor, but fight again just upon us as Clarity just ramming in through. I really thought that Hunk is gonna go for the shots, take down the player while he's in the vehicle, completely vulnerable. But Star, this might just bite them towards the very end as Hunk just spraying around with his arm, not doing enough damage as Danny will get that opening knock as a trade comes in from Emerge as he's gonna go head on and try to get the finish. But at this particular moment, Clarity, they're getting peppered down even from the backlines by another team as well, but still, Teen Lal managing to get the better out of God Fury with that beautiful nade out there. 420 Boy and Teen Wolf, the two players surviving against Team Star. I do not really fancy their chances as another grenade coming in from Emerge, making sure 420 OP goes down for good as Osama will just try and close in, get the final kill, and with that, manage to wipe out the entirety of Clarity Esports. Yet another shaky start for the boys.
Absolutely not what was anticipated, and now it seems like Team QWERTY are interested in that battle that just took place, where they are maybe, it seems like the other players of Wolverine, his teammates, are trying to create those flank angles, but Wolverine is just holding on steady, keeping that shot alive, and in that, again, we look onto the mini-map, both these teams are outside the zone, so they have to get in the comfort of the zone first, which is 160 meters away, but right now, numbers advantage working for both of these teams. It's a 4v4 situation where Wolverine is definitely giving away his information, but his teammates are creating some amazing flank angles where Team Star could very well be pinched down upon.
Oh yeah, Team Star right now, they've managed to wipe out one squad. Can they get a few more squad wipes as now MetershotxSKY, they will be going up against an inform SALTxi8 over there as Rage has managed to get the better out of 4 VTFT. Leon OP losing out on his life as well. As there's gonna be not enough trouble. They'll get that res back up on Daku as I do see SALTxi8 again, a little bit of a fickle play, and they've got to pay a hefty price for it, losing out on one of their most important players. And the question is, how do they recover from this situation, especially with the fact that MetershotxSKY do have that high ground advantage to themselves?
Exactly, and their teammate Ghost is so far away from the position that SALTxi8's players are going to be in. It is going to be Metershots picking, but is it going to be that easy? We shall have to see. On the other front, it is going to be the Grounders who seem to have finally caught up with 4vxTFT, and 4vxTFT find themselves in a little bit of a ditch situation, but one side is going to be 52xRage, the other side is going to be the Grounders, and 52xRage having the comfort of the compound are going to be pinstring down on both of these teams. Now, a utility setup from the side of 52xRage. There we go. Zen bringing in that perfectly set up nade, and this is where things are going to be that much more tricky for the Grounders. Well, the Grounders as well as 4vTFT, but it seemed like the Grounders had the better fight against the players of 4vTFT, but that's definitely not seeming to be the case, where 4vTFT did do a little bit of damage when Mr. Black was brought down, but now is the moment for 52xRage to shine with 3 defeats already confirmed for their side. They push on along. Daku with the UMP, absolutely going to be princing it down. His opponent Sensei goes down, just a one-man squad that's going to be sharp there. What exactly is he going to be able to deliver against the 3-man army? That is going to be Daku, Pharaoh, as well as, again, all 4 players actually. They are looking absolutely in control of this fight. The Grounders have to run away, and that is exactly what the final player does.
But now getting back to yet another beautiful fight as Ghost also gets wiped out. One with the dust over here as Ash is going to continue that spray as he finds Tyrant as MetershotxSKY. Well, this is a team on a mission today. The way they've started off, getting the big guns taken down. Now SALTxi8 again reduced to a 2-man squad. But for Dread, that has to be one of the best grenades that he has lobbed right now. Getting one of those players off Star knocked out. But where's the cavalry? Where's the backup? Is it even going to come as well? As SALTxi8, they do want to put a little bit of assault on Star's wounds as they managed to steal a few kills out of there. Hunk's kill being stolen over here as SALTxi8 successfully are able to wipe out Team Star. And getting a few elimination points, they're going to be happy with what they have accrued for themselves.
Absolutely, and as they move on away from that position, now we've got 18 surviving in the zone. 52x Rage looking very comfortable, but right next to them in the vicinity is going to be H2E, and above all of their positioning is going to be Quantum Rage. And look at that, Quantum Rage, they were a man down, in fact 2 man down. They're going to get that revival done, and along with that, they've been gifted from the PUBG gods a crate right on top of them. So that is definitely going to be helping out Quantum Rage's performance, maybe if they choose to end up going for that. But right now, it is going to be just information that they have been able to accumulate because they are on top. And right next to them is going to be Team QWERTY. So a very tricky situation where these teams find themselves in, because every single team has a third-party situation going against them.
Oh yeah, and MetershotxSKY, just when we were thinking that this could be potentially their game, as Quantum Rage steal it away from them yet again, as Magnus Esports. They're also going to be biting the dust, as Quantum Rage could just be in the best possible situation over here. IQ having been knocked out, there's not going to be enough harm done, as he's going to get himself back up in that situation. As Zen this time, he's got his eyes on the players of Team QWERTY, as Gravity also falls down, as now Zen does manage to shift his attention elsewhere, this time at the players of HDE, as Alpha, one after the other, he's going to be accumulating those knocks for himself, as he's managed to take down Abdullah in the process. Now this is where we were sort of anticipating a cover fire coming in from Joker, but it's going to be Assad who manages to deliver, as this another circle shift, this time favoring the boys of H2E. Now the question still prevails, what can they make out of this?
Well, they find themselves in a little bit of a ditch where both the sides are hills where teams are set up. So for the side of H2E, they better start utilizing those smokes and get away from that ditch. That again is a cover as well as their demise, because the zone has moved on to them now. And when it comes down to the minimap itself, we can clearly see for the side of Quantum Rage, things are a little tricky because they're going to have to get out in the open. Team QWERTY, the same case for their side as well as 52x Rage. Then there we go. Perfect utilization of smoke. H2E find themselves in a little bit of a back end situation, which is absolutely fine as long as they're able to hold that position strong. But in all of this, the team in the purple still holding on steady, and that's going to be the side of SALTxi8.
Yeah, again, the two most dependable players of the squad.
Yep.
Now, they've got a very good position to really fight around with. They're away from a lot of traffic. They do not have to worry much, as Assad, he's just going to go ham at the players of Quantum Rage. Still not being able to find much. But now SALTxi8, the players have been spotted out. A little bit of a spray coming in over there, trying to get the better out of him, as Faster finds a beautiful knock on Dread, as the trades are going to be from QWERTY's side, rather, as Faster goes falling down, as Team QWERTY decide to charge upon the players of 52x Rage, but they've got to count every single movement how they're making, as Pharaoh this time, he's not going to let Khan slip by with his Uzi, manages to get that knock, but how long, or rather how deep can they dig, as it's going to be nothing at all, as 52x Rage just wipe out the entirety of QWERTY and now have their attention shifting towards H2E.
Absolutely do. With 8 elimination points already confirmed for the side of 52x Rage, sitting on the 11th position as the day started off. They are looking like they're going to be making a pretty big jump, but as soon as my word, H2E's Hacker comes in along and takes down Zen from the side of 52x Rage. So 52x Rage also not going to be able to push on away from this position. With that, 4 teams remaining. Team H2E with 4 players still surviving. Pan is going to be able to get that revival done. Quantum Rage being very, very quiet. SALTxi8's 2 players are being very quiet as well. So let's see how exactly is this going to turn out, because for the side of Team TUF, they are wanting to deliver some mayhem and chaos, and that is what is going to be delivered in the name of that perfectly set up nade from Abdullah.
Oh yes, and this is what the UF really desperately needed, and yesterday we do know they managed to get the chicken dinner. Can they do it in style? Quantum Rage right at the backlines, but Spark, somehow he's kept his team alive over there, and now with Abdullah also trying to join the fray, we've got to see if Spark can somehow manage to keep his calm in that situation, because he's being aggressed by 2 teams from different directions, still managing to keep himself alive in this situation. Alpha back on his toes, but Hakar coming in from the backline. Spark still alive, finally gets taken down, as Quantum Rage have been eliminated. SALTxi8 still holding on to 2 of their men, as Abdullah is just going to keep on going with that spray, has managed to get down 2 players over there. It all comes down to Dread and Assad, and now Edgar is making sure that he gets all those knocks secured, as Hakar and Dread somehow still alive, still kicking. As SALTxi8, they just do not care. They're waiting for the remainder of the teams to battle it out, and whosoever wins is gonna go up against SALTxi8. Now that's a really good strategy out from them.
It is definitely going to be working for them, because for the side of H2E as well as Team TUF, I don't think they even have an idea or a clue as to where that third team is. Of course, they know that there are 3 teams around in the vicinity in this zone, but where exactly is that the case? Well, nobody knows for sure, because again, TUF is being pincered down with those nade parades being showcased from H2E and vice versa as well. And along with all of that, Abdullah is down. So Team TUF, they need to get that revival done as well to be able to get that numbers advantage still working for their side. But again, so cheekily, very low-key play being showcased from the side of SALTxi8, and this is where chaos could very well ensue, because SALTxi8 have reached the edge of the zone. But now, as these teams, for example, Team H2, I mean, they've got 20 meters to go, so that cover is not going to be able to survive, make them survive for long.
Yeah, Uzim, he's got his target and has the perfect push to even hide. But this is the problem with SALTxi8. They're going to be visible from the higher ground, especially the one that TUF had. Again, a top 3 finish, nothing too shabby for them. As H2E, they're going to be marching for the victory over here. Have those perfectly timed grenades, as Dread managed to get that knock onto its Joker. Edgar not at the best of HP. Now he's in a 1v2 situation. No trouble whatsoever coming in, as H2E have managed to do it yet again. Now making sure that they increase their footing in that second spot, get that 11 elimination, winner chicken dinner, accumulate 26 points out of this game. Wow.
Wow, indeed. As the day started off, we were talking about how Team H2E is a team that has completely changed the way that they play during the league plays compared to the Super Weekend. And again, they are here just delivering the exact same sort of onslaught to the lobby altogether, where we did start the day off with H2E finding themselves on the 2nd position with 112 points. Now, with 11 eliminations, along with the chicken dinner confirmed 15 place in points, this is a team that is on a roller coaster boom, and they just want to be going up and up and all the way through the chart of this of course match ranking.
I think they have reduced the gap that they had with MetershotxSKY, considering the fact that, for a moment, MetershotxSKY, well, they were looking good. They were looking good, no doubt at that. They're still holding on to that first position, but now they do have H2E right at their tails, and, never know. Once DRS gets activated, they might just cross over. And here, in the realms of PUBG Mobile, of course, DRS means a chicken dinner, a good game. And if that happens, then we of course do have the Formula 1 racing also happening around in Jeddah. So that's a different story altogether. But we're in here for enjoying this entire beautiful journey, as we're gonna be talking a lot about this match, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, of course, Blotter, you had a thought there.
No, nothing. I was just going to say, and first game comes to an end. 4 games still remain for this first ever Super Weekend right here at PMPL Pakistan region.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we came in here for. Now, it all came down to the top 3 teams being alive for quite a long time, but Hacker finds himself to become the MVP, and I think this is the second time for this player. He's been doing really well. 6 elimination in this game. We did see H2E picking up a lot of fights, right? They were not shying away. They were being very opportunistic, so as to speak, right? They found the right areas to capitalize. They found, when the teams were at their weakest, and they made sure that they punished them for it. As H2E, they were just waiting for all the fights to happen around, got the right opportunity, took the call, went in for it. Assad also providing that important cover fire from the backline. And this time, 52x rage, my heart goes out to these players. The way they have been performing, especially Zen. They look really aggressive from the very start, but the same old problem still persists. Consistency is where they're kind of struggling right now.
Quite a lot. That is definitely going to be the case. On the other front, as you move on through to a team that has been pretty consistent, that's going to be the team of Quantum Rage, where IQ definitely sitting on that 5th on the top players list. Once again, I mean, Quantum Rage in this first game, they were caught in a very weird situation. I mean, in that small little dip where they had two individual teams trying to bury them basically with the nade parade that was being showcased against them, but nothing taken away from the play altogether in the previous 2 days of the Super Weekend for the play of QR. So that is going to be working in that team's favor. But as you move on through, Team H2E, this team is making strides. 2,325 damage dished out with 11 eliminations and 14 knocks, compared to the side of Team TUF, who are also delivering a massive blow when it comes down to the comeback story for today.
Oh yeah, I mean, you talk about TUF. Yesterday they finished their evening with a chicken dinner. This time a second position. Well, I think they're picking up the pace, right? Now the players have sort of figured out. They've cracked the code. They know how to survive and still get a few kills for themselves. 7 kills they've managed, and 19 points out of just this one game is definitely gonna propel them up further, even in the standings. And clearly, this is where I'm gonna be anticipating them to be in the top 8 so far. But as we take a look at the match summary, it's again the majority of the players being from Team H2E. IQ, however, finds himself the longest distance elimination, and Zen dishing out the highest points of damage, because the teams that they had to go against, and somewhere down the line, you know, I was feeling a little bit nervy in all those fights, you know, especially thinking about how 52x Rage, they were being surrounded from every possible direction by the enemies, but still somehow managed to keep their guards up and still managed to get some decent points out of these games.
Absolutely, and that of course is going to be favoring them, because when the day started off they were on that 11th position, but now after this sort of a play that they showcased, 14 points to the side of 52x Rage will definitely be boosting the morals as well as their position in the overall storyboard. Same of course the case for the side of TUF. But as we move on through to the latter half of this leaderboard, look at that again. R3D sitting right there on that 16th position. Regicide, Magnus. This is definitely a big cause for concern, I would say now.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm gonna start getting a little worried over here, but for FMR3D, I mean, we know that the boys have got it, right? They've just got to keep their heads together, right? Not engage into unnecessary fights, which, well, they weren't really this time. You know, I would not blame them. They were just being harmless souls, you know, they were just traveling around.
Trying to.
Yeah, they meant no harm, right? It all started with 3x, and then the onslaught sort of continued when I think Malik got another player. I think it was Shaw. As we take a look at the Oppo moments of this particular matchup, it all started with this one little knock, and then here onwards, TUF again getting their little, little piece of the cherry over there with 420 getting knocked out yet again. But yeah, 52x Rage, they did a really good job in holding the compound together, and in this particular fight, it was so chaotic over here, but still, you know, Tyrant has really amazed me along with Wasi. These two players have been, the front runners of freestyle, ensuring that they get a lot of kills for themselves.
Absolutely, yeah. They're the pillars basically for the side of that team. But as you move on through towards the side of Team QWERTY, again, I mean, Destroyer, one of those dudes who definitely keeps the team pushing on from one envelope to the next. And along with that, Team TUF, I mean, this game, they were definitely looking very much in control of the situation and the position and the fights that they were taking on the other front. Team H2E, once again, I mean, nothing taken away from this team's play. They were in the center of the zone, everything working in their favor. They were synergistic, they were taking on the fights, and that resulted in, of course, them getting that chicken dinner. But this is where Quantum Rage were caught off guard very sadly, because that dip was definitely their defense. But as soon as two individual teams started pushing on against Quantum Rage, H2E as well as TUF, there was no surviving that.
Yeah, I mean, there's barely anything that they could have possibly done, right?
True.
They were in such a dire situation, but this is where, I really felt that SALTxi8, taking that little bit of a lower dip did not help their cause, because they were banking upon the fact that TUF is going to be engaging against H2E. We're just going to go in, have our stealthy mode on, and whoever wins the fight, we're going to take them down and get our coveted chicken dinner. Well, the idea was good, but considering the fact that TUF, if you remember during the game also they had spotted out SALTxi8's position. So being a little wary, they made sure that they checked the nearby surroundings and found both the players, instantly just eliminated them, rather helping the players of H2E. Now that they knew that it was just the two players of TUF right in front of them, that one little beautiful nade comes in from Edgar, just blows the minds of H2E's players, and the last player could not do much, as the damage graph also speaks. H2E clearly the better team in terms of all the finishes, in terms of the damage being dished, but 52x rage, my heart definitely goes out to this particular team, because they had been showcasing such a valiant performance.
They had been, and this is what they deserve as well, right? I mean, sitting on that 5th position right there with 8 elimination points, definitely this is what they were waiting for. But on the other front, I mean, I did want to mention the teams that were on the latter half. Once again, I mean, R3G, this is not the play and not the team that we anticipated from the side, where they've got 0 damage at all, 0 elimination altogether itself. So Regicide, they definitely need some boost of morale to be able to survive this season's PMPL Pakistan region.
Oh, all right. Right now, of course, I mean, I agree with you. They certainly need that little bit of confidence booster to get themselves back in pace. But, this is where we're seeing that little bit of a steady downfall for MetershotxSKY, right? They need to recover themselves, and they need to do it quick. But taking a look at how close, H2E are to the players of Quantum Rage, now this is going to be an interesting battle for the top spot as we head on. And this is where, you could clearly see QWERTY Esports also not really feeling themselves in this position, as they've dropped 2 points. The competition is so intense, but far away from the competition are two teams really, Regicide and 3x, still struggling to find their groove, Lakshay.
They are. Something that is amiss from both of these teams, 3x as well as Regicide, is confidence somewhere along the line. I mean, 3x, all right, let's not talk about just confidence from both of these sides' teams, because 3x have showcased a little bit of that confidence and aggressive approach where they have taken fights to the face of their opponents, but somewhere along the line, that itself is just not enough. You want to be able to take on those fights, and this is something that Fixes you also mentioned from the side of 3x. The team ends up taking the fights. They are pretty well versed and very much in control of their skill, but it's not only about that. They need to be able to get those placement points and try and survive consistently from one game to the next, at least in the top 10, at least in the top 8. And that's where that little bit of a spark and a little bit of a difference can be showcased from their play. But if they don't end up doing that quickly, then things are going to be troublesome. For the side of Regicide, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea what could be the reason why.
I mean, for 3x, what I've really witnessed in their gameplay, Lakshay, is the fact that, they sort of move in as a pack together, but just instantly get shredded down. That little fight against Freestyle, you could clearly see how skilled Tyrant and Wasi were in making those important plays over there, just outplaying them. And they need to understand, right? These are the big guns that you're going against, and you've got to be very careful. But ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to head into the desert. And Miramar it is, and Freestyle, their favorite map. They have been getting that success rate pretty high in this matchup. So let's see if they can get a chicken dinner yet again, or is it going to be somebody else. But I think one interesting fight again whenever we head into Miramar is going to be that QWERTY and the Grounders engaging against each other, right? Yesterday somehow the Grounders sort of managed to escape unscathed. They were untouched, and well, same went for QWERTY. But towards the end, it was, I think, the Grounders who had a little better performance than QWERTY, to be honest. As QWERTY, I think similar woes that SALTxi8 have been dealing with. QWERTY again losing out on few of their players, still yet to find a little consistent run so far in the Super Weekend.
Absolutely do, and that's going to be very much crucial for the side of that team as well. But again, I mean, when it comes down to the Super Weekend, the way the entire Super Weekend, the 3-day affair has turned out to be, every single time, pretty much apart from Quantum Rage, has been a different team getting that chicken dinner. And that is what I would want to see on the map of Miramar as well, where we did see, I mean, on one side, of course, we did have QWERTY, who were reigning in supreme in terms of the stats, but on the other front, we did have Regicide as well. So I want to bring that stat down to Rajaside, the way that they were able to create those sort of stats on the map of Miramar. If they can just show a little bit of that glimmer of hope, right? That itself would be more than ample for me as well as the fans to say like, all right, no, there is still hope. There is still a cause for concern for the side of Rajaside because they might just make a comeback.
Oh yeah, they certainly can, right? It's still the early phases of the PMPL, and now heading into the Super Weekend. At least they've done a decent job in qualifying,
True.
at the very least. And they still have one more week to go. They've got to make sure that they get into the second Super Weekend as well. I think they're looking at the bigger picture, right? They're looking at qualifying for the finals, be one of those top 16
Right.
teams to be making it to the PMPL Pakistan Spring 2022's finals, and then just battle it out for the crown. Now, the biggest issue so far I've faced, or rather, observed with this team has been with the comms, right? They're just never on to the point. Now, of course, you do have players like Johnny. Of course, you do have players like Voltrux, but it's not going to come down to anything at all if they cannot work in tandem with each other, right? You've got to show that team play within yourself, as I can clearly spot out Tyrant really happy with the way he had been performing. He's got a little smile on his face as I'm taking a look at every single player, making sure that they are sitting up, making the right postures. As we did have a discussion around it, it's very important that you sit straight and you have the entire tension on towards the matchup. As here we go, the big bird in the sky, the match number 2 for the third day, ladies and gentlemen, right in front of your screens. As the flight path trajectory, quite interesting, at least for Los Leones visitors. That is going to be SALTxi8, as they have to find a vehicle to get in there.
Absolutely do. And as we look on to the overall ranking, I'm in quantum range, sitting on that 149 points, but only 11 points shy. Correct me if I'm wrong, if my math is wrong, fixes. But 11 points shy is going to be H2E. And then as you move on down south towards SALTxi8, there's still a big hope and possibility for any of these three teams to make it into the top as long as they have a good game. Team QWERTY, they are just holding on steady on that 4th to 5th position, but as so perfectly mentioned by Fixes earlier as well, when it comes down to MetershotxSKY, there have been ups and downs, and that is something that started yesterday because they were doing pretty good. But then after the day moved on from the third game, MetershotxSKY kind of started faltering down. I mean, they were having decent games, but not the playstyle that we have seen from them as they try and get into the top 5 to the top 8 in the match rankings. On the other front, when it comes down to the grounders, FS, both these teams, they are looking ferocious as soon as they get into the fight. And as we clearly saw in the previous game, Team TUF made a very good run for the money as they moved up from the 12th position all the way to the 9th. So in the top 10 they are sitting, and just 1 point shy, they can move all the way up to the top 6. So definitely a possibility for the side of TUF as well. And with that, we've got the zone being drawn. Los Leones going to be the center of this entire saga, where Team H2E, we can clearly see, are going to be making that eastern jump all the way down towards Impala from the looks of it, and FS are going to be finding themselves near to the junkyard. But again, this is map of Miramar, so you do know for a fact that it is going to be a slow-paced game. Miramar teams like to take it slow. They want to be able to get the best loot possible for themselves, and that once is done and accomplished, that is when the zone starts pushing and constricting, and that is when the teams end up wanting to choose to take a fight. And that, of course, can... Well, again, I'm looking at this team, the Grounders. I was going to say something else, but I just noticed that they have jumped in with just a 3-man squad this time around. So the Grounders not off to a wonderful start on the map of Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of surprised over here, Lakshay, to be honest, because, likewise, understanding the fact that dropping with QWERTY is not really benefiting any of these squads, right? It's not really healthy for them because they've always have that little bit of a doubt at the back of their mind. What if we face a casualty? So it's again going to be a wise decision just to change their drop location. Just head into the neighborhood, right? Go towards the house of the boss, make sure that you get your loot done, But just in Hacienda del Petron, I don't think the entire squad is going to be finding all the loot. So they're going to be starting to enter in through the edges of San Martin. But for now, it's SALTxi8 still trying to make a movement inside the circle towards Los Leones. And this game, is all about Regicide trying to pull off a comeback. Yesterday also we had big expectations from their side, but again, 3x Esports, such an astounded split. I'm
Yeah.
kind of really shocked as to how they sort of execute that, and why is no team really countering them?
Well, for now, again, I mean, 3x, they're playing it safe. They're trying to keep themselves very close to the compounds, near to the edges, not letting their teammates, or rather their opponents, get to know that they are in the vicinity, and getting all the information they are as they try and converge all that information to their teammate who's sitting at the edge of the zone. But once again, as you so perfectly mentioned, I mean, this is a very ballsy move coming in from the side of 3x, where they are sitting on that 16th position. But then again, I mean, you can look at that conversation two ways, right? One is it's a very ballsy move, and definitely careless. On the other front, it's like, what do they gotta lose? They're on the 16th position. Bring in YOLO approach, go on all aggressive and try and take as many elimination points, as much of control of the area as you possibly can. It can go either way, so not entirely sure what 3x's plan right here is going to be, as they're all by themselves as Lonesome and Magnus and Skyro. He has the opportunity, he gets one shot, he gets the second one, and that is going to be the end of Kaizen, where he will be dropped down like a fly, and that was an easy kill for Cairo, as he gets one elimination point for his team.
Yeah, I mean, looks like someone has done their homework, haven't they? Because Magnus understanding, or rather anticipating the players of 3x to be doing something really weird. Again, that little split rotation that they've been trying in Miramar. Now they did learn their lesson the hard way by getting taken down. Now Cronus seems to be in a no man's land over here, as Minash and Rallis has been taken over by the players of Freestyle, who are going to be making their movement. Now it's going to be interesting as to how quickly can SALTxi8 loot Los Leones and get towards that Eastern Hills that they've been loving to capitalize on. At the same time, ensure the fact that they do not lose out on a lot of players. Now for Quantum Rage and MetershotxSKY, they've dropped off at the very tip of the northern edge, and now they can go in for those longer rotations, as Shapatar does manage to find out Usama just trying to get out with his buggy could do possibly better with that spray, because he just escaped unscathed. It's just the US that has taken some damage. Yeah.
Right, so that's all I was going to just add on that. His vehicle definitely has taken a lot of that brunt, but thankfully has kept him safe. So he got not a single hit, and that definitely works in his favor. But of course, will it be enough? As we look onto the map itself, Team Star are making a rotation from the north western front towards the east, down towards Junkyard, and of course, as of now, as I can see the map, there is no team that's going to be able to contest their positioning, so they're looking pretty comfortable for now at least. But as soon as FS or H2E try and get into that vicinity of the Junkyard, then there could be a little bit of a trouble for Team Star, as well as teams who have yet to make it into the zone. As Fixes did mention, Quantum Rage, they are up northeast. They've got MetershotxSKY all the way up northeast, still waiting. They're out in the blues, and they're still waiting before they want to make that rotation. And then down south, from that position, is going to be El Hazar, where we do have the side of R3D also just chilling about. So a lot of trouble that could be brewing down towards the placement of Team Star.
Oh yeah, I mean, Team Star, really not the kind of a start that they would have wanted. But still, they have managed to keep themselves running inside the game. They will have to find some new vehicles for Usama though. But SALTxi8 again at the very center of Los Leones, right at the heart of the circle, and it all comes down to where the next shift is gonna go, or mostly, where the next curveball is gonna hit. As Respect, as you can clearly see, he was just trying to traverse around, get a better position, just finds an unfamiliar face and takes him down. Now this is a good start for Magnus, on which they should start building the pace up a little bit. They should start trying to get a few of the finishes, trying to get a good game in this matchup, and try to propel themselves up in the overall tally.
They definitely should, and they definitely have the capability to be able to do so. It's just what the other teams in lobby are going to be wanting to provide, because that again ends up being a big thing on the map of Miramar, where we do have teams who find themselves at the top of that hill. They've got the information, but then also they're not able to capitalize upon it, because the other teams, they are that much more synergistic, and they push on together and try and take that advantage away from you. And that is something that a few of these teams that you were just mentioning who do need those points, but they're going to have to be really, really careful. And one of those is going to be R3G right here, Regicide, who are trying to do exactly the same thing as I was just mentioning. Get up top, get that information, relate to your teammates, but they're also easy targets.
You know, I think this is what I really like from Regicide. They need to go back to their previous approach. That is, if you remember those chicken dinners coming out, all they had to do was just hold on to that high ground, right? And pray that the circle really favors them. And if these two conditions are met, I think I'm looking at the comeback, right? Them getting the chicken dinner and starting it off at least towards those end phases of our first Super Weekend as the first airdrop, an AWM coming in, and this could be one of the choice of weapons because lately the teams have been really letting the arm slip by. The bolt action meta hasn't really been quite popular lately because again in Miramar we're still looking at teams sticking to their good old M4s and few of them just getting a few SKS or SLRs or mini 14s. DMR still being one of the choice of weapons. Now bolt action, again, it's one of those weapons that is high risk high reward, right? If you miss a shot, by the time you load the gun back up again, your enemy is again getting to cover, and all you've got to do is try to get the head. Even a body shot will not really suffice unless and until it's an AWM and you have a poor piece of armor for you. But for now, as we could clearly see, the circle going a little bit down south. Now Clarity has gotten really interesting position. Now the players of SALTxi8, they're also making their move, but taking a look at TUF, I really like how they're spread across, right? Having vision from all 360-degree angle, and it's going to be interesting as to how, or rather what their next move will be.
Well, we seem to have found out the next move, where we do have Edgar from the side of Team TUF, who has been able to get the information on the compound of players 4VTFD. Now, 4VTFD, they are going to have to be very, very careful because the side of Team TUF, they are not wanting to joke around. With the momentum that they started the day off, with the second position in the first game with 7 elimination points, this team is here to prove their worth, and it seems like the side of 4VTFD are wanting to back out. Or no, not really. They're going to be sticking around into the compound. They're just creating that flank angle sort of an approach. 2 compounds, so they want to be able to hold on to both of those compounds individually for their teams. And again, when it comes down to their position, it is still okay because they've got the safety of the compound. There's no other team around in the vicinity, neither to trouble Team TUF or the side of 4VTFD. But which team between these two are going to be able to get that first elimination or that first knock? Then we can see which team will be able to push, because then again, it's a pretty big distance between Team TUF and 4VTFD. So maybe a stalemate is what I'm anticipating between these two for now, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's typical Miramar, right? Now everyone's sort of settled in. We're sort of gonna expect a little bit of a collision between the players of 3x and Magnus, as I see them in real close proximities. But we do have the players of Quantum Rage rotating along with FMR3D. Now that could be really interesting, if the battle begins over there, because we do have the boys from QWERTY also just waiting for a few of those teams, still stationed at the northern areas of Los Leones. Now, if they can get a couple of kills, they're going to be the happy bunch. But look at H2E, that really drastic rotation coming in. But as we take a look at Magnus, they do manage to lob in a grenade at Kronos's direction, as he's going to be taking quite a heavy chunk, but still stands alive.
Well, Magnus, they need these points. So do the side of 3x. As of now, Adil is definitely trying to control all of this compound through the nades that he's been able to create. Cairo on the other front is waiting for that back angle to that flank angle whenever the team is able to get that first knock thanks to the nades, but that itself is just not happening. 3x Esports, they are playing this very, very cautiously and very, very carefully. They do know the angles that they could be approached from, and they're keeping as far away as they possibly can. And it seems like that is just not going to work out, because Cairo's flank angle is definitely going to be able to bring down Miracle, and this is the opening that the side of Magnus were waiting for. Now it is going to be Kronos, who has already been thrown down, but I guess not for long, because Mom2 has the better half of that fight. Kronos, he moved out too quickly. Had he not done so and waited, he could have definitely baited both of these players from Magnus.
Yeah, this is where experience really comes handy, right? A little bit of an
True,
amateur
yes, so
play
true.
being made, trying to be proactive rather than being reactive. Really did wet his pants in that situation and could have done certainly better. Now, Ali just lobbing off the smoke. He knows the fate that awaits him right all by his lonesome. He's got nowhere to hide still, trying to maybe cause a few surprises at least over here for Magnus. If you can get a few knocks and finish, go a little bit suicidal. As he's done one good job is that he's lobbed smokes around those windows, right? So nothing could really come in. But from the other direction, Team Magnus, they're going to be trying to lob a few grenades, lob a few molotovs. Haven't really succeeded in doing that. Now here comes the push. Now Ali just getting himself away as Mom2 is not going to have any trouble. Just heads in, prones down, and gets the better out of 3x Esports as they get eliminated again at the 16th spot, Lakshay.
Exactly. I mean, just not the play and the day for the side of 3x. On the other front for Magnus, I mean, you have to say that I would rather say that I agree with you, because the experience point that you brought out, that itself is going to be a big turn of events when it comes down to taking on those fights against the players that are so very well equipped. I mean, 3x, we spoke about it, they do know how to take on an aggressive stance, but the experience itself is a completely different ball game that you will only get as you play again and again against these opponents. And that is where 3x is I mean, I'm hoping that they're getting all of this experience. But on the other front, it's going to be Team H2E's Dread, who is going to be pushing against the players of Team Star. Usama has been brought down thanks to H2E's Assad, and just like that, one elimination point being confirmed for Dread, and Team Star are none the wiser as they move away from this position. And well, for now, they're going to be out in the open, and right besides their position is going to be FMX as well. So a pretty tricky position that Team Star is going to be in.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point I could clearly see on the minimap FMR3D heading at their direction. Now Malik, he's got a lot of chickens right out in front of him, especially the players of 52x Rage, as he's going to try and spray down on them a little bit. Assad, this time, however, focusing his attention on Daku, who's taken a little bit of that higher ground. Now it's going to be really important for Daku to somehow hold on to his flank, right? Because right beside him are the players of Freestyle who could come in any particular moment. As Faster just surviving through the smokes, but for how long is going to be an interesting story, as he looks to be taking a fight rather against Freestyle, but I really thought that they would be going a little bit defensive, maybe trying to intend to back off, because now it all comes down to nothing. Now they have to make a run for the zone, because we do see that rustic circle shift, out of which 4v TFT and Clarity are going to be benefiting a lot, along with SALTxi8, who are really quick with their movements. If they can get that central warehouse, I think they're sort of good to go.
They definitely are looking very much in control of that zone for now. That is going to be for the side of SALTxi8. On the other front, for the side of 52x Rage, they have been caught in a very buttery situation against the players of Team H2E. And first, for now, it is going to be Team H2E who will be able to pincer down Daku and definitely get that elimination point confirmed as well. With that, Team H2E, all 4 players still surviving, slowly moving on across from this fight into the zone itself. And far off in the distance, we can see Team Star, a 3-man squad, is also going to be able to find themselves in the comfort of the zone. But as perfectly mentioned by Fixes, when it comes to the center of the zone, SALTxi8 have made it. From the eastern front, we do have the only team SALTxi8 entering into that compound. Behind them is going to be FMX. Alongside it is going to be the side of Virus's team. But will that be enough? Because when it comes to the aggressive stance we've seen, SALTxi8, I mean, they're not going to be backing down. They want to be able to get as many elimination points as they possibly can, because they want to be on top of that leaderboard.
But right now they've got to hold on to Fort Knox, right? They have to show some amazing display of a defensive gaming. A lot of teams are going to be pushing at the compound that they have found themselves in. As Tyrant spots out the players of MetershotxSKY, will definitely take a couple of shots at them, not doing enough damage, but making his presence felt in that particular situation. Now, my eyes are really searching out for the players of Regicide, who are still a little bit out of the circle, but IQ engaging against the players of QWERTY, finding the better out of Destroyer. Now, that is some amazing spray control, as Magnus, they're in the nearby fray, as well as Spark makes sure that he confirms the kill for Team QWERTY, as now they're on a little bit of a back foot, as they're going to be susceptible from 2 different directions. You know, Quantum Rage also intending to push upon them. We've got Magnus also trying to make their movement. All they're searching for that is that good one knock. But right beside Team Magnus, we do have the players of 4VTFT as Uzum out of nowhere gets a knock on Wolverine, and Adele is going to be making sure that he steals it away. Khan surviving. Look at it. Just by a sliver of HP. Just by a thin margin. As Gravity, he's going to try and fend off the attack a little bit, but unsuccessful.
Absolutely, and along with that, Magnus's teammates have also pushed on along. If you look onto the mini-map now, all 4 players are going to be here taking on this fight where they do know that there's a team across the street, but also right behind them, that's going to be in the name of 4VTFT. So 4VTFT fight between Magnus is going to be a tricky affair because both the teams, they are going to try and take their fight, but as soon as they do so, the third-party situations are also going to be very close in the vicinity. With that, as we move on to the edge of the zone, the south edge, it is going to be 52x Rage. We're going to be entering faster with his Brado. He's going to be looking to try and take on a few more elimination points. No, he will not. He's just a one-man squad. Going to try and play it safe, but that Mirado that moved in, that vehicle queue, that audio queue that's been given away to Ash will definitely retaliate in the name of a nade.
Oh, look at this. The circle has gone away from them. And this is where MetershotxSKY do realize that they have to move inside the circle really quick and fast. But Tyrant not making this possible. Now here comes the push from Freestyle as they intend on clearing their backlines first. With Malik already leading the charge as Faster will get the better out of Mary as 52x Rage also chime in. As it's going to be such an interesting fight for MetershotxSKY as they try to make a run for their lives, as Malik is going to be shot from elsewhere as Kian still trying to provide that quintessential cover fire. Wasi comes in, does put him down 6 feet under, as MetershotxSKY in a whole world of trouble right now.
A big troublesome situation for their side. Thankfully, 2 of the players did walk away from that fight altogether itself. But FS, I mean, they steamrolled into that conversation. With that, we finally reach back to the team that found themselves in the center of the zone. That's going to be SALTxi8. The compound is definitely going to be theirs, but right around the vicinity is going to be the side of FMxR3D, as Finisher just gets another elimination point for his team. QWERTY Esports are also at the edge of the zone from the southern front, and trying to get into the zone itself is going to be lot easier than said, because, well, not going to be a lot easier than said, because when it comes down to the zone itself, there are so many teams who are going to be waiting for Clarity to make that open push, and as soon as they do, it is going to be a troublesome fight for their side.
You know, this is such a bold movement being made by SALTxi8 as Crypto just messing up on that grenade a little bit. Knows exactly where Anubis is, but he's got to make sure that he's wearing his hiking boots, because a little bit of a misfall over there can completely change tides, right? You do not want to be missing out on your grenades, as SALTxi surely isn't, as he takes down 420. A little bit of a fall again from this lad. You know, I've got so much expectation from him, and him being caught off guard again in such situations is going to break my heart a little bit. As Team Clarity, they've got to make a move inside the circle, but how can they with MetershotxSKY being the watchdogs over there, as right now H2E in a collision goes against Freestyle as Assad forms a beautiful flank angle, finds Avenger, but not being able to connect his shots. You cannot whiff at such margins, but still H2E managed to get the job done. This time Panel knocked out, but Dread is going to make sure that he gets him back up.
Well, H2E, they are a different beast. They've already got 6 elimination points confirmed for their side, and the fight keeps on pushing on. With that, 4VTFD, a team that definitely do need these points for themselves in terms of elimination as well as placement, are going to be able to get that done easily, where we do see Leon taking on that aggressive stance in the name of the nade against the players of the Grounders, thus pushing themselves all the way up to 4 elimination points. But there's no stopping the side of Team H2E. This team is absolutely pincering down whatever information that they've got, and in doing so, the elimination points just keep on getting increasing in the favor of Team H2E. SALTxi8 now finally chiming into the fight as well, but will it be enough for their side? Because SALTxi8, they're also outside the zone.
You know, a little bit of an extension from Assad, and he's going to pay the price. But good news for him. Still has 18 seconds to get himself back up, and then patch himself up and make a rush inside the circle. And this is where, you know, SALTxi8, they are the strongest competitors to win this particular game, because finally, you know, after so many games in the sixth circle, they have managed to keep all their players alive. So this is definitely a good omen coming in for them, as SALTxi8 still do have the better of those compounds for now at least, as FMR3D. This is again one of those good games for them, making it in the top 8. Do have that one finish, really. Have lost out on Pika, but they're not going to scoff about it, right? They've sort of building up that smoke path over here. 4v TFT managed to wipe out the entirety of H2E just from that one vehicle. That's a huge disaster movement being made, and seems like well, the team that was on the second position, that was looking really good, had to pay a hefty price, as Quantum Rage tried to charge in on SALTxi8's compound. Goose proning in at the right moment. Now they know about the threat, as they managed to deal with it, as Crypto gets that opening knock, as another Ghost nade coming in does some massive amount of damage. But is the push going to come in by the players of SALTxi8, as Spark is still struggling, still battered and bruised, as Sirius is really low on HP. Let's see what he can do.
Well, he's left all by his lonesome, where Quantum Rage, final player Sirius, is trying to cook a nade to try and stop the possession and aggression from the side of SALTxi8, but it seems like a bit too late, where indeed it is just a 4v1 situation against Quantum Rage's Sirius, where SALTxi8's all the players are keeping an eye and angle onto that exact same place. But Sirius, he is definitely serious for this fight. He has been able to absolutely knock and stop Uzum in his tracks, and now with that Molotov, he should be able to get at least one elimination point confirmed for his side. Maybe not. Uzum will be given that revival, and still standing strong is going to be SALTxi8 with 3 elimination points for their side.
You know, surviving by the whiskers is what I can perfectly describe the situation. A little inch apart, and you know, there you had it. Uzum was almost a dead piece of meat. But 4v after wiping out the entire squad of H2E, they're gonna start feeling themselves now. QWERTY with Gravity and Khan, they find themselves in a really good position now. SALTxi8 making the move. They have their weapons holstered, as they're gonna be jumping and punching to avoid that sound cue coming in. As Blade will find Khan, will get the knock on him instantly, as he's gonna take a fight against Gravity right now, who's lost a nade. Blade looks in the in the wrong direction, but still SALTxi8 somehow managed to see it through, and now they've made it to the top 4. They have their eyes on the big prize, they have their eyes on that $500, but 4v a full squad, and right in front of them stands Magnus. Let's see what happens in this situation.
Absolutely, and in all of this, the cheeky player is going to be the side of Clarity, where TmwEsports, he is surviving by his lonesome 6 elimination points in this game for the side of Clarity, but now it all boils down to what these two teams are going to be doing. 4v on our screen against the players of 3-man army, Magnus, where Adil, Mom2 and Cairo we've seen bring in those amazing flank angles. Adil and Mom2 push on along and get those aggressive nades set up, but will that be enough? Because in the vicinity is also going to be the 4-man army of SALTxi8. Now, SALTxi8 we've seen in both the positions, where they try and just hold it out and let the other teams in the lobby fight, or they try and jump in along and take those third-party situations as well. So we shall have to see if they try the latter, if they jump in to take those third parties, or are they going to wait for Magnus and 4v to take on this fight. And it is going to be a deal with the UMP completely pushing on in the open, and will be able to bring a lot of damage, but not a knock as of yet.
But there you go, Uzum getting the success, gets to Ash, and with this, Adil is going to push on towards the squad of 4v and does manage to wipe them out, as TmwEsports, the IGL from Clarity, could pull off a few upsets over here. As SALTxi8, they're going to be making the move. They know that they have the players of Magnus pincered down and a little bit of a trench, but now they just cannot push right out in the open, because Mom2 still does have a little bit of a ridge to play around with. Now it all comes down to the fact as to how many grenades do they have, but look at this bolt action shot coming in from Anubis. Spark just losing his head right over there, as he's not going to stop at that, just as he did manage to get another one as well. A little bit of a brilliance coming in, not a lot of bolt action players, but still quite handy for him. Loves his M24, as SALTxi8 finally making the move, but Mom2, how long can he hold his position, as Uzum spotting him out, does some heavy damage onto his head, as Adil is going to come out off cover, dish out a little bit of damage as SALTxi8. They're all moving in unison. They're all moving in tandem as Uzum spot out a Dill and will fall down this time, as this is going to be the Q. As Crypto, he's going to patch himself up as Uzum this time gets knocked by Cairo, as Ghost will be trading him out. Mom2 still somehow making sure that he gets that res back up. Still 8 seconds to go. That little nade coming in from Crypto. Mom2 spots out everything. Crypto completely blindsided as Crypto has to move in. Look at Mom2's position as there you go. Kuz comes in with full HP. It's an all-out war and SALTxi8 somehow have managed to see it through as QWERTY Esports. They may have managed to make it to the top 2. Still, TmwEsports gets a better out of Crypto, gets a Danger Man out of the situation. Ghost on really low HP. TmwEsports is making it happen as Ghost again might get knocked and he pulls out a chicken dinner out of nowhere. I'm gonna lose my mind with what he just did. QWERTY Esports, how on earth, Lakshay, could they make it possible?
Well, we've got 420 boy in the house, mate, and that's the reason why he was included in this lineup, and that is just phenomenal use of that advantage for QWERTY. But again, an OP play being showcased from the side of 420 boy, and in doing so, he gets his team, along with the 8 elimination points, a chicken dinner, and $500 in the bank. Amazing steal coming in against the players of SALTxi8, where SALTxi8, they were definitely rooting for that chicken dinner. There was no two ways about it. They had the numbers advantage, but hey, 420 boys in the house, so you cannot complain. I mean, he's going to take the cake with a storm.
The interesting part, of course, 420, a little bit of a clarification, got eliminated pretty early, right? It was TmwEsports, the IGL, right at the main point, getting his team that much awaited chicken dinner. I mean, instantly propelling his team to the top 8 position, and this could not get better than this, ladies and gentlemen. Just when we were thinking that SALTxi8 do have this game in the bag, comes out of nowhere Team QWERTY, who was surviving for quite some time. He was witnessing all that action right in front of him and maintained composure and calmness. This is what experience, this is where experience comes in handy. We will definitely talk about this clutch and a lot more, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well. What a game that was, Blotter. Absolute madness. I'm really glad that I had a chance to watch it from the sidelines and just appreciate it as a fan.
Again, I mean, the QWERTY, this team and the player, TmwEsports, the IGL, of course, of the team altogether. What amazing nerves of steel right there. The patience that was required in all of those fights, in all those moments, and then to push on, to take on the fight to the face of your opponent as soon as SALTxi8 finish off their opponent altogether. Just perfectly timed coming in from TmwEsports, and in doing so, of course, they've got $500 in the bank as well. So GG play from the side of QWERTY, and with that, as we move on through to the MVP, well, definitely is going to be TmwEsports with the 6 elimination points, 4 knocks confirmed along with 1 assist.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly the player you were talking about, right? TmwEsports really stepping up to the mark when a team needs him the most, leading from the very front. I think he's going to be proud of his performance, and he's going to give a lot of momentum to his team, as well as a lot of credibility to his future pep talks. Be like, bro, you remember what I did there? That's what I want you guys to do every single time.
And again, I mean, nothing taken away from the side of this team, because they're all very well versed when it comes down to that aggressive stance, and that is definitely working. But on the other side, as we move on through to the top players list, they've got 4v-TFDs, 2 players actually chiming in this time around, with Ash and Leon OP with 4 elimination points for both of them. So amazing. Definitely ludicrous and an important game for the side of 4v-TFD as well. And same can be said for Magnus Esports, where Adil chimes in with 3 eliminations but 804 damage.
Yeah, exactly. I think really for 4v-TFD, weight of this game cannot be understated. Remember, of course, this is the last day of the Super Weekend. Both of these teams, every single one of these teams out here are trying to make their best mark at the end of Super Weekend 1. So for Magnus as well, a decent performance. They're going to look to build on this going on forward. But you could see this battle between Titans towards the end. QWERTY and SALTxi8 really gave it their all. But really, I think for QWERTY, it was just a matter of that experience factor, like Fix has also mentioned, coming into play.
Absolutely, and once again, I mean, for SALTxi8 as well, they do have a very experienced lineup that is working for them as well. But it is all down to the nerves of steel, is what I can think of for QWERTY Esports, and that definitely will take the cake for today as far as the moments are concerned. But then again, I mean, there are 3 games remaining, but there are still a few more moments that can be anticipated from this lobby, as there are the comeback story teams that are popping up in the name of Magnus, in the name of 4VTFD.
Yeah, exactly. I think the comeback stories have been extremely fun to watch so far, and I hope they continue. I hope they don't die out right here, right now, and they're able to build up on it. Maybe give us a chicken dinner or 2 as well. Especially for Magnus Esports, that'll be a big deal. 4VTFD as well. But you can see in the match summary, 4VTFD dominating on almost every front. Highest damage, highest assists, highest knocks. So clearly a team that came out all guns blazing in this match.
They definitely did. Along with that, when it comes down to Regicide, I mean, we do have the longer distance coming in to the favor of Johnny, and for that, of course, his teammates are going to be very happy because they are going to be sitting at that 9th position in this match ranking. But with that, as we move on through, Magnus, 4VTFD, the teams that had to make a comeback story, are sitting on that 3rd and 4th position respectively, 19 and 17 points. So very much required for these teams. But now we move that conversation away from 4VTFD and Magnus down to R3D and Regicide.
Yeah, exactly. R3D, FMxR3D and Regicide, not that great a performance right here. Some points, yeah, sure, but it's not really going to help them push back, especially Regicide, who are currently languishing towards the bottom half of the table. So they'll look to build back somehow. They need to find a chicken dinner. That's the only way out of this right now. They need to find a chicken dinner one way or another in the remaining 3 matches that we've got today, because otherwise it's going to be a Super Weekend for them to forget.
True, that is very true, and again, that thing is going to be haunting them the next Super Weekend as it comes on around, right? This day comes to an end, but that's the teams, or rather the points, of course, will stick around, as the points will meet these teams once again in the next Super Weekend. But before we talk about any of that, let's have a look at the rotations that were being made for the side of QWERTY as they moved on along from one zone to the next to get the chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah, and really, you can say even in terms of the survival time, how important it was for TmwEsports to hold on for dear life, because that skirmish near the 20-minute mark, he lost most of his team members and with very little damage done. You know, it's not like they did a chunk of damage to some of their teams, so it came down to TmwEsports purely at the end over there. And I think really we're going to see his primary rotations over here now, as this circle, when it moved towards the compound away from the ranges, now early move from him to try and get into a bit of a open area, a bit of a closed area, to make sure that he is in a position where he can just be sneaky, and you can see that sneaky playstyle coming in. Just went from edge of the circle to edge of the circle till the final circle where he just went and sat down in the middle. So I think clearly for TmwEsports right there, that macro strength, that experience factor playing a humongous role in getting him that victory. Of course, he showed that he has the micro capability to pair it up as well with those 6 eliminations.
Absolutely does, and that's the reason why he's the IGL of the team altogether itself, right? But as we move on through to the second Erangel of the day, now, I mean, what are your first things first? What are your anticipations going to be? Because the first game, he had H2E walk away with a chicken dinner. And Team H2E have been able to do that over the Super Weekend, majorly only on the map of Erangel.
Yeah, exactly. I think for H2E, it's all about trying to get as close as they can to that first place mark, because when you're able to pull off such a great Super Weekend, it really sets up the mark for you going into the rest. But similarly for SALTxi8, that's a team that I want to look out for, because they had a strong showing in the last few matches of yesterday, and they are in that top 2 discussion at least, still trying to make it into that 2nd spot. So for them to do that, they need that chicken dinner for sure, and we'll see if they're able to make it happen. But I think really right now, what I'm excited to see in these Oppo moments is those amazing shots like that one, for example, from Anubis, just one tap to the head. Brilliantly done. I think really these Miramar maps that we've seen throughout this weekend, Blotter showing us the identity of Pakistan at its max.
You know, I mean, for the side of 4VTFD, it is going to be a tough situation for them, but they are slowly making strides as they try and make that comeback story. On the other front, I mean, we did see the bolt action coming in from the side of Anubis. FMxR3D, this team, they are going to be able to push along if the likes of Anubis just keeps that sort of a bolt action spray from one game to the next, from one map to the next. But this is the final moment where, again, I mean, TmwEsports, the way he just completely annihilated the competitor. Ghost, look at him. He had ample amount of health working for him, but that was not going to be allowed from the side of TmwEsports because he had that UMP perfectly set up and he just progressed on, got one knocked, got Ghost down, and then it was just the end and stole that chicken dinner away.
Yeah, and in the damage graph, you can see how close it was between several teams. SALTxi8, Magnus, 4VTFD, all dominating in terms of the damage. H2E as well, quite close, but it was QWERTY who ended up walking away with all of them points, every single one in the bag for them. So really, I think what this tells us is that teams, yes, of course, for making sure you land the right fights is extremely important, but making sure you're able to get into those right positions and ensure that there are no lone stragglers, because it's easy to catch a team out, but when there is one solitary member, like we saw even yesterday in one Erangel, the final Erangel, where JD from Quantum Rage ended QWERTY's hopes, that lone straggler can cause so much damage unwillingly.
We've seen that multiple times actually, right? I mean, from the side of Sirius as well, we saw that. For the side of 52X Rage's Pain, we saw that exact same thing happening at the edge of that coastline, right? So again, I mean, these are so many individual moments that have taken place throughout the days that we've been part of this first week of PMPL Pakistan region. But with that, as you move on to the storyboard, we have QWERTY making a pretty big jump actually. 6 positions up. 94 points is where they're at, 1 point shy from the 5th position holder MetershotxSKY.
Yeah, and it's such a cool thing to look in terms of overall ranking. The first 3 teams, they're in contention for those first 3 slots. And then from 4th all the way, I imagine, to 12th, there's going to be teams in contention. A single chicken dinner can get you really close in that regard. So QWERTY now just 14 points away from Team QWERTY in that 4th spot. And I think Team QWERTY is one to talk about, Blotter, right now, because they had an underwhelming performance on the league stage, underwhelming performance in the Super Weekend Day 1 as well. But since Day 2, Day 3, they've been consistent, building up points slowly in terms of the placements and eliminations, getting themselves into that top 4 mark. That's a brilliant accomplishment altogether.
Definitely is for the side of that team. Nothing taken away from their play. But as you push on through to the next page, now this is where Team TUF once again find themselves down low. Team Star, but as was perfectly mentioned by CA as well, when you look onto those points, right, those total points, all the way down to 14th position, 4VTFD, 73 points. And as we move on all the way up through to the 6th position, there is still a valid chance for these teams to be able to make it into the top 10 or in fact into the top 8 as well as the day comes to an end.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, really, for all of these teams, it's going to come down to whether or not they've got it in the bag to cope up with the mental pressure that is going to be created in these last few games of the last day of this Super Weekend. We're going to end up going into our second Erangel for the day. We've got one more after this, right after our Sanhok. But right now in this Erangel, it's going to be full focus as much as they can as these teams try to pick up a chicken dinner.
Well. Let's just see and pray and hope that the teams on the second page are able to get themselves closer to this chicken dinner, even if it means just stealing it away from the chicken dinner winner team, right? And of course, everything is fair on that battleground, in fact. And as we move on through to the map chance, we do have Quantum taking the lead along with Team H2E, thanks to their consistent play. But in all of this, I mean, look at FMX. I mean, FMX are also there, but somewhere along the line, that stat is just not proving justice through to their games on the Super Weekend.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to have to see if they can prove justice in this second Erangel right here, because of course they were the ones to pick up an early chicken dinner in Day 2 on Erangel itself. It really came down to appropriate placement in the circle. So We'll look to do it here once again, but really what we can note is teams like Quantum Rage, H2E have been the extremely consistent ones when it comes to those Erangels time and time again. And it's usually those teams that end up, especially H2E, consistently they manage to get themselves into the top 5 almost every single time this Super Weekend.
That is so true. Somewhere, somehow, I don't know what exactly pops on into the heads of Team H2E's players, but they know exactly the position that they want to be jumping into the zone, and then they just slowly move on along as the zone constricts, and somewhere along the line, they find themselves exactly in the position that they need to be at to get some decent placement points as well as some elimination points. And, well, that consistency is definitely keeping them on the high horse when it comes to the overall storyboard. But now, the second Erangel of the day. And when it comes to the predictions, I would love to see a resurgent story from 4v-XTFD. I mean, in the previous game we saw they're slowly making those strides. The first game as well, they were trying. And if they just keep on pushing slowly and steadily that envelope over and over and over, they are going to be getting away from that loophole that they are going to be stuck in, at least as of now on that second page of the leaderboard.
Yeah, most definitely, and they're gonna have to try and build on that momentum from the last game, where they had a decent showing, a better than decent showing, really, I'd say, and try and make it happen right here, right now. But I think it's easier said than done, because every team will want a piece of that cake. Every team will want to turn up in terms of performance. So you've got to find the X factor. You've got to find the player that is just feeling himself. He's had the right amount of chicken to be able to pull it off and hopefully get that winner chicken dinner. But what I really want to see is some more crazier circles, because if the circle is anything like the way it ended off yesterday, we're going to have a hell of a match, that's for sure.
That is for sure. There is no two ways about it. And that is something that, of course, I keep my fingers crossed as well, because I want to be able to see these teams in pain as they try and get the game moving on along, right? And that is all thanks to, of course, the zone itself. But let's see if PUBG gods are going to be able to listen to the casters, or are they going to be playing their own mind games altogether? Because in the Super Weekend, we've had some really interesting zones on the map of Erangel. And again, as you so perfectly mentioned, yesterday's final game on Erangel, that was just the cherry on top sort of a zone for a Super Weekend.
Yeah, and really I think we want that cherry again and again.
Yep.
So give it to us, PUBG Mobile gods. Really hope now we get something like that. It's not necessarily we get to a water circle every single time, you know, not that I mind a water circle, if you know what I mean.
In fact, you know,
well, sometimes
talking about...
we can get like a container finish, maybe an urban finish. That's something we haven't seen yet.
True, and along with that, just to add on, what we've not seen is water rotations themselves. I mean, we've seen teams try and get into the fishing area, basically, right, from the main island to the military base, and they try and just swim across. But rarely have we, in fact, we've only seen one team, I think it was Quantum, which was also shot down thanks to, or maybe it was Metershot that was shot down thanks to SALTxi8 just sticking their edge onto that military base itself. But apart from that, we've seen no team make that sort of a water rotation in the boat altogether itself. But that again is all based on where the zone is going to be. And for now, it is time to jump into game number 3 or game number 13 of this first Super Weekend of PMPL Pakistan region. Let's see where the flight path is going to be taking these teams through to. Oh. Starting from north-west, Zarki shooting range. They go in southeast towards Norupnoy. So a lot of opportunities that are going to be available for these teams. But the grounders, I mean, I shouldn't really even point out grounders. They love to go down to Primos. Even if the zone is going to be all the way up to Stalberg, the team of the grounders is still going to get into their vehicles and drive all the way down to Primos, wait for that blue zone, and then jump back into the arena. So that, again, is already stated, written down in stone. Nothing can change that. But what about the other teams? I mean, Star, we can see, Team Star, that loves to go down towards Severny. We've got Magnus, as well as TUF, the grounders, and Clarity, who seem to be making their way towards Giorgio. Of course, on Giorgio itself, we'll have Clarity and TUF, but what exactly is in the minds of the grounders as of now? Same can be the question raised for Magnus, because on the map of Erangel, I've seen Magnus, they try and have a very fanned out drop when it comes to the early drop itself.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting if there are teams who look to switch it up right now, with regards to the fact that You've really got to make every play in your book to try and pull off as many points as you can in this final day of the Super Weekend. We saw QWERTY somewhat doing that yesterday in the final circle when they went for the Ferry Pier drop instead of the standard drop. You can see they're going for right now towards Georgopol. But in that regard, I see TUF, Team Grounders and QWERTY all around that school, hospital, Georgopol area. So maybe we see some drop contestations going on there. And well, we also some interesting circles. It seems like we've got it, a western circle formed right here for our first circle in our third match of the day, and it is going to be several teams left outside the circle. So for teams right now, the priority is going to be get yourself some basic loot ASAP and then get those early rotations going. You don't want to be in a situation where you can be gatekept.
Absolutely, and along with that, I really do want to be able to see what the Grounders are doing at that South Georgia, right next to the TUF team. And with that, TUF, of course, is not all alone by themselves because QWERTY is also right there at that Georgia place. So it is going to be three teams so very close into the vicinity against each other. Who will be the one taking on that first blood situation? Because all the other teams, they seem to have moved on to their own drop locations, and there does not seem to be any contestations that can be anticipated from their side as of now. Carry on.
Now you can see for VTFD, just in a 2-2 split, I believe. I don't see all of the players nearby, but that drop contestation round, Georgopol, we get to see it in action right now. Joker will find Danny and eliminate him as well. Danny suffering the fate of 420 boy from yesterday's matches right now as QWERTY lose a player quite early. They're not expecting that Georgopol contest because they've rarely ever had it, but TUF, they sense an opportunity, they pounce on it and they've got the reward. And in fact, you can see on the map as well, Team Grounders are away from the Georgopol area, so TUF, they only have QWERTY to contest with and they might just get that entire Georgopol as a result. But in these rotations, I noticed Team Grounders and Freestyle now potentially on a path that could end up with them colliding, because Freestyle making their way towards QWERTY and Grounders, the way they're going, they have to either go towards QWERTY and maybe Primosk. Either way, as they be quite close to each other. And just like that, you can see Team Grounders in a position where not really sure where they want to go for, because they don't really seem to be heading for Primosk. They're going to slow down, just individually loot those smaller compounds along the highway. And for now, that must settle most of the action, because I doubt QWERTY will go hunting for TUF, especially with the member disadvantage. They're going to just look to hold on, make sure that they don't end up giving another fight here and losing too many members. Similarly, for most of the teams, their drops haven't been contested, so it's just looting season right now. H2E in Pochinki, a team that has consistently managed to bewilder us with their ability to finish in the top 5.
Dude, that is the perfect word. It has definitely bewilders us. The gameplay from the side of Team H2E. Definitely a different beast that has come alive in the Super Weekend from the side of Team H2E. As we move on through to the team still making those getting their loot segregated and sorted, it's going to be Freestyle Vasi, who is going to find himself, there we go, on the minimap. On the map, you can see they are up north of Primosk, and they do have the Grounders, if they want, they do have the Grounders kind of surrounded if they would want to take on that fight to the face of the Grounders, because I'm sure FS knows that down at Primosk, there's only going to be one team, and that's going to be the Grounders. But on the other front altogether, as we move on through to the northeastern front of the map altogether itself, they've got 52x range, a very fanned out approach being showcased from the side of that team. And again, nothing stopping them from doing so, because there's no contestations, as was mentioned by CA as well a couple of minutes ago. So early minutes into the game, all the teams are just finding their own little area that they are getting comfortable in. But in just a few minutes, the zone is going to be constructing, and that is where these teams are going to have to start making those rotations. And that is where, once again, CA's point is going to come into play, that those teams who end up wanting to choose for a late rotation are going to be in a world of trouble, because well, again, I mean, 30% of the zone is already in water, so you won't really have that many compounds on the land to be able to get into the comfort of once you've made that rotation.
I'm curious to see where the zone actually ends up shifting even after this, because if it keeps going in that western manner, then the teams who are on the late rotation, they'll be on the eastern edge of the circle right now. They'll have to keep going. They'll never get a time to really settle down in one particular area, find a compound to their liking, find high ground to their liking, and it will mean that they're continuously on the back foot as compared to teams who are already in the circle right now. Teams like QWERTY, TUF, like Freestyle, Team Grounders, Magnus, all of these teams who've got in quite early, even H2E for that matter, who are in Pochinki. So I think really it's going to come down to how the second circle takes our shift. But right now, it's not something that we're going to find out soon enough. And neither is action that we're going to get. But actually, I noticed Anubis on this Cronus screen. I wonder if they spot out FMxR3D's rotations here, 3x Esports.
Uh-oh, that would be trouble. That would definitely be trouble brewing. But will 3x want to retaliate, or are they gonna just retain that information because it's still too early? It's only 7 minutes into the game, so it's still a little bit too early. And again, 3x knows what they're up against. They're sitting on that 16th position with not a lot of points, so they have to be absolutely 100% clear about how and when they decide to approach a fight. On the other front, it is going to be FMxR3D, who are slowly making I was going to say slowly make an easy rotation, but it seems like Magnus have retaliated. Till now, Magnus was absolutely quiet and waiting in the compound. They allowed the team to move and make that rotation, but the final player was stopped in his track.
You can see Magnus, they're going to try to shut down the rest of 3x right here, as QWERTY seem to have found themselves at odds with Star. Now you can see Magnus, they have found themselves in a very bad spot as Cronus and Kaizen will combine from long and short range to shut them down. One player eliminated, but Cairo comes in from the back. He finds Cronus, and suddenly Miracle is in a world of trouble. But strafing around that window, he plays that to perfection, and Magnus Esports, they are eliminated, and not a single player from 3x has been finished. So 3x off to an outstanding start in this Erangel right now, and they need it, because as you can see on that live ranking, they're at the bottommost of the table.
No, exactly. They've got 33 points plus 4 based on the elimination that they were able to just get, and absolutely just shut down the lobby for the side of Magnus. That is incredible. See, again, when it comes to 3x, when they perform, they outperform their competition, and when they're not able to perform, they completely just pause and stop. But that not being the case right here on the third game of the day on Miramar, where things are looking very much in control for the side of 3x. As we move on through, it is going to be MetershotxSKY against the players of Regicide, and this is going to be a tricky affair for both of these teams because they are in the zone. I mean, in the blue zone. They're far, far away from the comfort of the zone altogether itself. And I mean, they're not even at the Ferry Pier Bridge. They're at the Nova Point Bridge, and not entirely sure what's going on between them. Look at that, 2,700 meters away from the zone.
Yeah, they're quite far away, and in a bit of a Mexican standoff situation right now, as neither team is willing to make the first move, fire the first shot, commit in any regard. Just holding on for dear life, and thankfully for them, this is just the first circle. But if they don't get a move on soon, they're going to be caught in a situation where first circle or second circle or not, they won't have much in terms of utility when they eventually get there, winner or loser. And just like that, Regicide seems to have made that call. They're going to get on out of there, and sure, MetershotxSKY will follow. But right now, TUF making the aggressive moves, trying to shut down Star.
Absolutely. Team Star's God Fury has already been down. It is going to be Hunk all by his lonesome, who has to take on the spray. But Team TUF, they are in to deliver a massive blow. Abdullah comes in with his UMP, and just like that, Team Star getting eliminated. So we've got 2 teams eliminated, 14 teams still remaining, 10 minutes into this game. MetershotxSKY, they're in that 5th position, as we can see in the live ranking. But the previous few games, in fact, starting from the 3rd game from yesterday all the way up till today, the 3rd game of the day, it is not looking good for the side of MetershotxSKY. They are not playing the way that they used to. But never mind all those situations, because as we talk about late rotations, it is not only the MetershotxSKY's plan, but it's also 4B TFT who are making a very, very late rotation into the zone.
Yeah, and you can see right now, for both of these teams, Freestyle and H2E. Malik is just single-handedly holding H2E down as Freestyle comes in for the slam. They knock Dread up, but the slam did not work perfectly because they found themselves knocked down as well. Now the trade comes through for both of these teams. Avenger trying to make sure that he doesn't overextend, but H2E, they've decided to cut losses, and you know, at this point, not surprised whatsoever, Blotter. H2E, their priority is placement points, and they say, hey, well, the rest of you can hold on for dear life. You'll get finished off. But I wonder at this point where the rotations worked it, because the knocks were 2 for 2. If they had come in for the backup for the other two teammates, maybe they could have finished off Freestyle, one of their key competitions in the later stages of this tournament, and dealt a severe blow to them while keeping their teammates alive. But instead, they give free revives to Freestyle over and the 2 eliminations of their teammates.
Well, it's still not yet done. I mean, FS, they definitely are still in the crosshairs of an opponent team that are taking on those sprays, right? So out in the open, we shall have to see once that revival is done, will FS be able to move away from that position on the other front, as so perfectly mentioned by you. When it comes down to H2E, I mean, they cut their losses and they were like, nope, we're not going in there. Alright, fine, we'll try and work towards those placement points once again, but we're definitely not going to get in there to try and get that revival done. And here we go. This is the opponent team that I was talking about, FMxR3D, who have their crosshairs set up exactly at the position where H2E were a couple of minutes ago, and now FS find themselves.
Now the circle. Oh, it's taking another western shift here, Blotter. What a shift from the circle. George per container circle is what I wanted, and it certainly looks like it's possible right here, right now. But our eyes are going to be on the rotations that teams like, really, as we saw, TUF, we see from the southern side, SALTxi8 and Team Grounders trying to make, and then MetershotxSKY, meanwhile, if you remember, all the way back, still near Sosnovka, now making the full rotation happen. Surely they're going to end up getting caught out. We'll have to see. For now, though, ooh, that looks good. Where is that?
Ramen Bull. Oh yes, the power of that Ramen Bull. That is what is needed in this lobby right now, and that is what is being delivered. I mean, in the name of H2E, definitely always standing up to take on those fights, take on those placement points. And, well, again, I mean, the spray was showcased from Assad, but sadly, none connecting to 3x's rotation with that. Look at that. Amazing looking vehicle. The shine, the glow, the appeal, and the power.
And the power. The power is what every team right here is going to be hunting for, Blotter.
Exactly.
The power to finish Super Weekend on a strong note. The power to get yourselves that moolah with every chicken dinner that is available in these Super Weekends. And the power to be able to strike fear into the hearts of your opponents. Daku trying to do exactly that as FMxR3D come through on their rotations. But not much damage taken from FMxR3D. They will be able to get themselves in a comfortable spot. Now, most of these teams, they're all concentrated towards these small compounds towards the north of the hospital area. I wonder if this circle actually ends up taking a southern shift now towards the open plains, the open fields that are towards the south of hospital, and makes it a really interesting finish. Or if I get what I wanted for in the pre-match lobby discussion and it takes a northern shift, gives us that urban finish that we've been looking for.
Both of them would be lovely, actually. Both of those zone rotations would be absolutely perfect. But right now, when it comes to 3x trying to take on this fight, look at 3x. They've got 8 elimination points, I just noticed. And this team are on a comeback and on a rise. This team, they started off with popping off heads, completely decimated the opponents. And now they have 8 elimination points and still not yet done. Take on the fight to the face of FS. And not only FS, because they are hungry for those kills. And in doing so, QWERTY is also going to be a team that will be in their tracks. But the only trouble that I'm having from the side of 3x is they're all bunched up together. They're all bunched up together, and that could be the demise of their cause for now.
It most certainly could be. But similarly for Freestyle, not in the greatest of spots. Malik is caught out, or another one of his players engaged with MetershotxSKY. Well, Malik just trying to get himself on out of here. They're all put under pressure by 3x Esports. As 4v take the brunt of the damage with Freestyle. Malik throwing in nade after nade, and 3x shooting bullet after bullet. The play zone claims one, 3x will claim another. It looks like 4v they're crumbling apart, Blotter.
They definitely are. I mean, they tried to hold on for quite a long time, but they had two teams against them, and that, of course, is not going to be helping you out in any regard. In the other front, we've got MetershotxSKY, a team that we were talking about, who seem to be on a little bit of a low play based on yesterday's games and today's games altogether. But will HealthXi be able to stop the side of Reside? It seems like he will. Nocto has been dropped down, and it is going to be not HealthXi, but Mary from far off in the distance, who will be able to give that cover fire to HealthXi, and in doing so, MetershotxSKY are going to be able to retaliate against this aggressive stance that Regicide were trying to make, but of course now they are going to be at the back end.
Oh, look at that. Right now at the edge of that southern edge of that circle, we've got MetershotxSKY pushing in on forward to Regicide. You thought this was the team going to get caught out. No. They're catching teams out instead. But just as I say that, a bit of a Kasturka strikes, a couple of their players have been knocked out, and suddenly they're in a world of trouble. Meanwhile, Freeza and again Wasi and Malik, they've been caught out for so long, and they're caught out again in a perfectly cooked nade from Miracle. Knocks out Wasi. Surely this is trigger time for 3x. Move in, finish off Freestyle, because otherwise you're going to lose a lot of time on those rotations.
And they do. I mean, Cronus, he got so very close, but Miracle will definitely confirm the kill. No, he will not be able to do so. Malik OP is still standing true and tall, and he's trying to absolutely deliver a lot of massive blows to the players of 3x, but Miracle knows exactly where he's at, and that vehicle blow is all both of these players are waiting for, because in the end, Malik knows he's outnumbers, he's outgunned, and this is going to be the end and demise of Freestyle. With that, the side of Metershot, they push on along.
Now you can see the way these teams have been positioned. It's going to be quite interesting for them to catch up to the teams already in the central part of the circle, because most of our action, it is situated around the southern edge as well as the northern edge, and it is really coming down to teams to try and make their mark right here, right now, pick up as many points as they can. And you can see Regicide, they're trying to do that, but somewhat indecisive in that regard, where they're stuck in a situation where they don't want to push in on MetershotxSKY, but they don't necessarily want to just hang around here for too long either. But Johnny, he's making the calls, going in for the moves, brings the car head, but no, I thought he was going to go for the slam in, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Just going to slowly clear out the angles and try to find HealthXi. They will find him, but his teammate seems to have escaped. Killian holding on for MetershotxSKY.
Uh-oh. I mean, R3G, they do know that they've got a lot on their line, because they are not looking too good when it comes to the overall ranking. And here we go with MetershotxSKY's final player getting crushed down thanks to Regicide's approach to this fight. The two-man army have been able to hold on their fort. With that, 10 teams remaining, and it seems like the Grounders just picked up a kill against the players of 3x.
Yeah, we're seeing now towards the northern side of our circle, Quantum Rage spotting out the rotations of Clarity, while TUF are in the background, just potentially in a position to third party these teams. Now Clarity, they're in a very bad position right now, because they're at the bottom part of a small hill, so they have like small cover against TUF, but not so great against Quantum Rage. We're gonna, as soon as they peek, catch them out immediately. But with 420 boy on the push back with these nades, they're not allowing Quantum Rage to go for those peaks at all. Instead, they've created a bunch of smoke covers for them, and they're just trying to hold on to their position for dear life as long as they can. But the circle has taken a shift, I believe, and it looks to be a western shift, because the teams on the northern side are 287 meters away.
Well, SALTxi8, the Grounders, they definitely look to be in control of that zone as of now, but we shall see what the race is going to be about, because right now it is Quantum Rage, Alpha with the SCAR-L, definitely pushing Teen Wolf against this lobby, and will be eliminating him. Quantum Rage, slowly but surely, are making strides with 3 players that are surviving. 3x, they have had an incredible game. Look at the numbers right there. 14 elimination points for the side of this team. Kaizen and Ali, the 2 players still surviving at the edge of the zone for now.
For 3x Esports, it's very important they hold on as long as they can. They've already jumped 1 spot above Regicide from 16th to 15th in their live rankings. With all the elimination points they've been able to rack up, as long as they secure a good finish, they'll jump several spots, or at least catch up to a large regard. But right now the slamming coming in onto Team Grounders TUF. They eliminate 2 players in a quick manner. Now they look for the rest, but a cook nade from Jigsaw Deals a small chunk of damage, but not enough. That bounce though. What was that?
That was so close on the face of Joker and Edgar, but it is going to be, well, very, very tricky for TUF to now be able to get away from this position because the grounders know exactly where they're at and every single angle is being checked. Or, well, hold on. The grounders, why are they pushing on from the right-hand flank? The left-hand flank should have been taken care of as well, but never mind that because we've got Quantum Rage's Spark who is here to steal them kills and he is going to be able to deliver that thanks to his perfectly set up nades. But will he be allowed? Because Alpha and Spark, the two players remaining from the side of Quantum, they are going to pincer down TUF from one side, the grounders pressurizing the placement of TUF from the other, and in all of this, the grounders are going to seemingly look like better half and they will be able to get the points for themselves by Quantum Rage. Just get that one steal and that is going to be all for this fight. But now Quantum Rage needs to be careful because the grounders are very close and, well, never mind that. SALTxi8 close that gap and Quantum Rage are down to a one-man squad.
Yeah, now look at this. Quantum Rage getting a lot of pressure from Team Grounders themselves, who did brilliantly to hold on to that pressure from TUF. Quantum Rage have been eliminated, pincered by SALTxi8 as well as Team Grounders. And now SALTxi8, they face the pressure from 52x Rage. Crypto has been downed, but should be able to get back into cover for his teammates to revive. But can they really go for the revive without exposing themselves? That's the question. They don't have to answer the question because 52x Rage make the decision for them. They go for the rotation a second too early, catch themselves at the hands of SALTxi8 and Red Side, and two players of 52x Rage mercilessly eliminated.
Absolutely are. I mean, we've got Foster remaining in the back ends, but not for long because the zone has moved away from them, as we can see in the minimap. It is going to be the purple, or rather the maroonish team that is on the left of that minimap. That is right on top of our screens. 52x Rage, who are going to be out in the zone. But look at that. Mr. Black with that mini tap shots coming in. And that is going to be the end of Regicide's play. An incredible turn of events for the side of the Grounders because this team also needed and deserved these sort of points. They've got 6 elimination points right now with 6 teams still surviving. Regicide, R3D, they have 1 player both.
See, oh, 3x, they're gonna get caught off with their back turned around. Very, very unfortunate for a team that seemed to be giving it their all. They will be eliminated, but a huge game for them. 19 points picked up. They jump frogged that one spot, but right now we've got 5 teams left in the lobby. Blotter and SALTxi8 is the only team with all 4 players remaining. This is what I was talking about for SALTxi8, a chance to push back. 3 teams remaining right now, and SALTxi8 with that northern edge of the circle, a chance for them to take the lead in the live rankings. If they get the chicken dinner here, they end up in that #1 spot.
They definitely do, but the Grounders are still around in the vicinity. They've got 1 player, Pika. Well, again, I mean, Pika has apparently been caught, and it is going to be the end of his side. Jigsaw will get that final kill. Thus, we are left with 2 teams. 4v3 situation between Stalwart with 7 elimination points and the Grounders sitting at 8 elimination points in this game. But a 4v3 situation where for the side of SALTxi8, they have the advantage in terms of the numbers, in terms of the way that they're aggressing and pushing, because Uzum, look at that flank that he's been able to create. He has not given away his information. So as soon as the Grounders start moving away from that compound to get into the fight itself, Uzum has all of that knowledge, and Ghost and Blade, all they gotta do is just knock some heads and that's it.
SALTxi8, they've spread themselves apart quite brilliantly right now because they're able to deny any sort of flank while ensuring that no team can take this hill away from them. Team Grounders, they've only got Shaptar in a forward position, the rest of his teammates behind him. So as soon as the other 2 teammates try to make their move, they're gonna get caught out by Uzum, and it's exactly that. Black gets downed out and surely eliminated as Jigsaw and Shaptar, they're quite far away from him. Black still holding on through the car explosion, but at this point he is done for. It is a 4v2 situation in favor of SALTxi8 Blotter.
It definitely is, and with these perfectly cooked nades coming in from the side of SALTxi8, they are going to be absolutely controlling this fight from all the angles. Shaptar with his level best is going to try to hold on, because look at that level 3 vest and kit that he's got. He's definitely going to be trying to utilize that. I guess I spoke too soon. It's not going to be allowed because numbers advantage favoring SALTxi8, and as this team pushes on to get that chicken dinner, they are looking very, very much very determined to confirm this game for themselves. And I just want to see What sort of elimination points are they sitting at? 8 elimination points for the side of SALTxi8. Same is the case
There
for
you
the Grounders as well. So a GG play for both these.
Yeah, but winner chicken dinner goes to SALTxi8. 10 eliminations picked up, as well as the 15 placement points gets them with a net total of 25, and that does mean they take that #1 spot for themselves. The Titans of Pakistan coming into this PMPL spring season have proved after almost the end of the Super Weekend. We've got a few more matches to go, yes, but towards the end of the Super Weekend, it is SALTxi8 as the kings of the hill.
Well, we were waiting for the team of SALTxi8. When exactly are they going to rise up to the occasion? When do we see this team climb up to the top of that leaderboard? And here we have it with the 10 elimination points confirmed for their side, $500 in the bank, a wonderful Erangel with all 4 players surviving for SALTxi8.
Yeah, exactly. And I think really it was speaking to that fact that I was talking about, that if they are to find themselves at #1 spot at the end of this Super Weekend, they've got to make it count with this match right here.
Yep.
They've got to pick up, if not a chicken dinner, at least that top 2 spot. And well, they deliver this. They will get that chicken dinner itself. And it's not even a circle like it was yesterday, which completely suited them. No, they went for their standard drops. They had to go for the rotations, make it happen. But we'll get all of this analysis done after a small short break.
Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Wow, CA. I mean, what a way to clinch that first spot for SALTxi8. I mean, we were really feeling it coming, right? Just very synonymous with that Verstappen win in the Formula 1 lately. But yeah, you've got to feel it for Miracle. You know, he was. This was the game that 3x needed. This time they were looking so aggressive, garnered a lot of kills, and Miracle made sure that he was stopping the kills tally at least in this particular game.
Yeah, Miracle and 3x Esports had a phenomenal game as well. They got caught with their backs turned around against Team Grounders, I believe, in the last moment, which ended their chances of getting a higher standing. But in terms of the eliminations, that will certainly give them a boost going into these last few matches that they're going to need, because they're looking to rally back pretty late in those rankings.
Yep. And I think this was the circle that had to do a lot as we speak, because, you know, SALTxi8, we're definitely going to talk about the rotation a little bit, but taking a look at the top players, Zigsaw, Shapatar, all stepping up in due time, getting a good amount of elimination points out there. as Cronus also not left far behind. 3x were really feeling themselves in this particular game, and there you have it. Crypto makes it into the top 5 players list, and SALTxi8. I think I finally feel that this is the old SALTxi8 in action, right?
Yeah.
They do not engage in a lot of unwanted fights, rather focus on the objectives, and when they know it's their cue to go, that is where they put the pedal to the metal. Go all high up and get the job done for themselves. But now we do have a little bit of an interesting statistic comparison. There you can see the grounders engaging in a lot more fight, dealing more amount of damage. But look at SALTxi8, look at how clean it has been. 1571 to 300. Clearly shows that they have exposed themselves as less as they could have, still managed to get more eliminations, still managed to get more knocks, and of course towards the end have managed to get that chicken dinner. It all came down with those beautiful late rotations this time from SALTxi8, finding that queue, waiting for that radical circle shift and capitalizing upon it. As we take a look at the match summary, as Miracle is going to be leading in the majority of the highest eliminations and the highest damage. Quite some conviction being shown, right? 7 eliminations, 742 damage.
Yeah, Miracle, I think, really showing up today. From the early game towards the late itself, I think Miracle, and of course all of the Esports, Cronus with the highest knocks as well, really turning up in this second Erangel of the day, and I think really making us remember why this was one of the highly considered teams coming into week 1. They haven't been able to live up to that mark so far, but hey, 15 eliminations in 1 games, that's a hell of a way to really make your mark and try to push back.
Oh yeah, I mean for sure. But this is it, right? We're talking about 3x Esports having such an astounding game, making it to the top 3, 15 eliminations highest, and they were just firing left, right, and center, right? There was no stopping them up until that last point where the grounders got the better out of them. But now, SALTxi8, it was a picture perfect game. This is exactly how you would want to see SALTxi8 perform, right? I think somewhere down the line, now we were starting to ponder, had they been planning this all along, considering their run through? Because the first day it was all aggression, right? They had a blindfold on their eyes, and they went after every single squad they could see, and potentially losing out on majority of the fights, a lot of wrong decision making, which sort of improvised in the second day where they got themselves in the contention. And towards the end, I think they've taken that first spot. All they need to do is hold on to it. But now, a more clearer insight onto how SALTxi8 have really performed in this match. As you can clearly see, they were the ones who sort of rotated late inside the circle, waiting it out a little bit, letting the other teams pass, because they were not quite sure about how the zone was. And now also you can see they are sort of having that edgy approach, right? They're not going directly head on, rather respecting. This is something like teams like Na'Vi or Nigma Galaxy do. They take that longer route, and this is the moment that they had been waiting for, right? This little bit of a shift towards that western side where they started to sort of anticipate, maybe this could be a shoreline circle, maybe this could be somewhere around the center of it. So they managed to take it, and that is the compound that really they held on to for quite a long time. And towards the very end, I mean, it was the grounders who were stuck in that little yellow compound that you have. All they had to do was lob a few Molotovs, and it was job done for them. So clearly SALTxi8 steering away from the fights, making sure that they have their eyes on the bigger prize, that is the top spot. And I think by the end of this Super Weekend, I think that is where they would want to be at.
Yeah, 100%. I think you said it perfectly. Like the fact that they're able to cover so many fronts at the same time, even towards that shoreline rotation, right? They're in that 2-2 split, 2 players staying near the shoreline in case it goes completely west, and they can go back, and 2 players holding on to the compound so that if they need to go further inland, they can capture on that. No, and it's quite enlightening to watch from SALTxi8, because it reminds you that this is why there was a lot of criticism that we were levying towards them towards the initial weeks. They were like, what's going wrong? This is the team we were expecting, and it seems clearly the case is, well, they only turn up when it matters the most, and right now in this Super Weekend final day, it matters a lot, and they are turning up.
Oh yeah, but again, definitely SALTxi8, such an amazing performance getting that chicken. They almost choked on the last one, right, with TmwEsports with such a beautiful clutch towards the very end. Play that I think we're all going to remember for sure. But I think the stars of this game, I think we can't really take it away from them. They are the boys in front of our screens right now with 3x Esports having such an amazing game, going after every single V squad that they could potentially see out there. And this is the 3x Esports that I think their fans wanted to see, right? Them completely getting unleashed, and this was a very raw version of them. This is where they realized, chuck it, I'm done, right? I just need to go in and play my natural game. And if this is them being at the natural instincts, you know, I do not care if they're gonna get chicken dinners, because the kind of points that they are accumulating for themselves, 15 elimination points. I mean, if they keep on doing that for the remainder of this tournament, you're looking at them qualifying inside the finals pretty easily.
Yeah, pretty simple it should be for them if they're able to make it happen. So we'll have to see if they are able to continue in that regard. But if not, if that consistency isn't found, it's going to be quite a bit of trouble, most definitely. But I think what we have got from overall this Super Weekend is a distinction between our top 3 teams and then the rest of the middle table, where we've got 4th to almost 12th or 13th, quite close, and then the final few teams in the 15th and 16th spot, which was 3x and Regicide before this, quite separated. But Regicide with a not so great performance, they 5 eliminations, not bad, definitely, but when that's compared to 3x's 15, that gap now between Regicide and 3x is going to start increasing as Regicide left on the bottom.
You know, it's still a positive sign for Regicide, right?
Yeah.
At least they've managed a top 5 finish, getting 5 points. Now, this is something that they can carry on with just just 2 games remaining. And next up, we're talking about Sanhok. Maybe a chicken dinner in that could really help them out. But 52x Rage again, being the one this time a little bit different from how they usually approach the game. We've seen them absolutely raging over the lobby, literally living up to their name. They was a little bit slow and steady. You know, they were waiting for the perfect time to strike. Just could get one finish off there, but not enough. But yeah, a lot of very interesting fights. I think one particular team that we can really talk about is Freestyle. They were in the thick and thin of the things, right? And they were every single moment they were under some sort of a severe situation, and for majority of the time they managed to see themselves through. Somehow they still were in contention of every single fight up until the point they were brought down by the lads of 3x Esports. As we head along to the overall rankings, as SALTxi8 all high and mighty on the tabletop, as Quantum Rage finally will be taking the fall after holding on to the lead for quite some time.
Yeah, Quantum Rage were number 1 for a long time, but now will end up dropping a slot. But similarly, QWERTY dropping a slot as Grounders make a 3 rank push into that number 4 slot by just 1 point. So this is what I'm talking about: 166, 155, 159, 148. Top 3 quite close to each other. Then we've got 4th all the way to 13th or 14th, I believe, very close to each other, where you've got 109 for 4th, but then you go all the way down to 10th and it's 88. So one chicken dinner can really make that 10th place team or the 9th place team, like a Freestyle, leapfrog themselves into that number 4 slot. So in these last 2 matches that we have left, fixes, those chicken dinners, they're going to be extremely crucial for these middle of the pack teams.
Yeah, I think now we're kind of finding the segregation, right, between the top 3 and the others, right? And this is exactly what we were expecting in the final days of the Super Weekend. But the battle in the bottom half of the table, I think, has gotten a lot more exciting, as 3x Esports and Regicide are closing in the gap on 4VX, TFT and Magnus Esports as Team Star. They're all you know, in the same direction, just very close by to each other in real near proximity. As now we're going to be heading into Sanhok. Now, Sanhok means a really interesting bootcamp fight that we've been witnessing from quite some time. 52x Rage going up against MetershotxSKY, and if you remember yesterday, Kian absolutely wet himself in the pants because the way he lobbed that grenade, well, it happens to the best of people. It was just a bad day for him, but that sort of opened up things for 52x Rage to capitalize upon. And like it had been customary, right, the 2 times they met against each other. It was always MetershotxSKY who found the first break, but it was again 52x Rage who had the last laugh. Up until the point TUF tend to chime in, but a little bit of a performance graph coming in for the Grounders. As you can see, they were off to an astounding start. They were looking really good in the first day, but then in the second day is where we sort of witnessed the fall, up until the point that they've finally managed to gain some ground in the final day and in the final few matches.
Yeah, lots of ups and downs near those league stage areas, but in the super weekends, especially with day 2 and 3, it has been an upward climb for Grounders, and they look to build on that for sure. But back to the point you were mentioning, the Paradise Resort fight is going to be absolutely amazing to witness, because I think really, I would just want to say this time, if MetershotxSKY can get the first kill and capitalize on it, or 52x Rage can deny that first element and just dominate them from start to finish. Either ways, I want to see one team getting that fight done with before TUF comes in, so then they can push back on TUF, rather than every single time as it happens, as TUF comes in, the fight is still going on, and it's a freebie third party for TUF.
Or, you know, what we can expect is both of them going to their separate directions, right? Nobody's just dropping off at Paradise Resort. I've seen that happening. But as we take a look at the map chances over here, we've just had 2 Sanhoks overall, not a huge sample size to work around with. But yesterday we did witness the players of SALTxi8 getting that chicken dinner. The first day it was, I think, I believe Team Star. But the Grounders have been relatively the most consistent team in this particular map. So it's going to be really important that they garner quite a lot of points from this, as well as they are going to be looking towards, you know, getting a little bit higher on towards the table. With 2 games, yeah, of course, if you're having 2 good games, if you have a chicken dinner, there is definitely that possibility out there. But more interesting with Sanhok, it's always about the circle. I've always been time and again repeating this. You know, take it as your Bible. Just make sure that you are in the center of the circle. You have a high ground and you have a compound, and make sure you do not engage in a fight for more than 2 minutes, and you're good to go.
Yeah, exactly, and I think really that simple philosophy is what we want to see teams inhabit when it comes to this next match right here. And I think for Grounders, like you mentioned, it's something that's going to give them a very simple opportunity to capitalize on their consistency in Sanhok and create a significant gap between themselves and Team QWERTY, because they're in that 4th slot right now, but just 1 point ahead. And by creating that gap, they could potentially even catch up to Team H2E, Team Quantum Rage, and SALTxi8 in those top 3 slots. But I think for the side of Grounders, this is going to be a true test of their mettle, because Sanhok has been one of their better maps. If they can make it happen right here, right now, it's going to give them a bunch of momentum to ride on going into the final match of the Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, definitely. As you know, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, finally getting ourselves into the hot and humid, drenchy rainforest of Sanhok, as the flight path trajectory all the way heading from Camp Alpha to Camp Ong. Now, we've said this time and again, does not really matter where the flight path trajectory goes from. Considering the fact that it's a 4x4 map, regardless, you can drop anywhere. You might as well take a plunge and go towards Mongnai from around here if that seems far to you. All you've got to do is go for a longer glide, right? But here we are, finally waiting for that little bit of a Paradise Resort skirmish, as you could see MetershotxSKY, definitely the ones heading in that direction. TUF just a little bit behind, and they've always been the party poopers, right? They sort of enter into the fight wherever MetershotxSKY and Team Rage sort of go up against each other. But this time, do we see some changes being made, or is it going to be the same old fight? There you have it, right again at it, CA.
Yeah, exactly. These teams, they just do not want to give up. I mean, to be fair, Paradise Resort is quite a lovely area to be taking control of, so I get it. But actually, do see a small change in strategy from 52x Rage. They drop towards one corner of Paradise Resort in a 2-2 split with two other players dropping elsewhere. So possibly just to get an idea of whether MetershotxSKY comes here or not. And as soon as they get that idea, they decide to disengage from that fight immediately. But I don't think this is the permanent call fixes. I think it's a very likely scenario that they end up, if they get the loot they want quite early in their respective compounds, maybe go back into Paradise Resort and try to surprise MetershotxSKY.
You know, oh, see, you're really getting good at it, bro. Because, yeah, that is exactly the sort of a plan that they've come in with. You know, they were prepared with a contingency plan, what the effort was to get in there just around the edges of the Paradise Resort and then just come away. Now, what they're going to do is look at how the circle has panned out, right? Some point, at some time, MetershotxSKY will have to exit from Paradise Resort, and that is where 52 Esports can strike them in broad daylight. You know, that is their exact intention. Otherwise, you know, if 52x Rage want to further go deeper down, want to further get towards the center, it's going to be really tough call because you already have so many teams out there. There is SALTxi8, you've got 3x, again with a really interesting 1-1-1-1 split. I really do not know what these boys are thinking, but some you know, eagle eye shots being visible out here where nobody was really visible to us, barring the map. But yeah, I mean, 3x Esports right at the TBD center, and now we've got to see 52x Rage. All right, they're moving as a whole net unit. TUF, they've got to watch out because if they do not, I think they have been sort of the X factor inside this particular map right now with a little bit of a change in their drop. And look at how much of a trouble right now are the players of TUF getting limited to their loot accessibility.
Yeah, exactly. I think their game plan of trying to capitalize on that fight is going to be nullified completely. And I love the point you mentioned regarding catching teams out in broad daylight with 52x Rage's position, because that logic maybe they can apply to Team TUF as well, who will be trying to run in helter-skelter and catch teams in a fight in Paradise Resort just to find themselves, wait a minute, there is no fight going on at Paradise Resort. They end up being the one who are the engagers, and 52x Rage turn the tables and try to third party on them. All of this, of course, they're hypotheticals. We'll have to see what actually ends up turning out. But small adaptations, it's lovely to see because it shows you that teams, they're putting in their homework after the matches.
I mean, I'm kind of liking the entire approach from 52x Rage, right? Being outright sneaky from the very start. You know, they look at the body language. They have no intention to right now focus to get a good part inside the circle. Rather, they're just snaking in, keeping that stealth mode on for as long as they can. You know, this is where MetershotxSKY, they're going to be so scared. They do not really know what the intentions of 52x Rage is at this particular moment. Where they have landed, they just saw two parachutes coming along with them. But where they are going to be at, you know, after the next 2-3 minutes, this is what, you know, is constantly going to be putting the players of MetershotxSKY into thinking, right up to the point where they might overthink and would be sort of abstaining themselves from getting inside and getting a better spot inside the circle. But as we talk about it, we've got Team Star, one of those teams that has in the past gotten a chicken dinner in Sanhok, in really close contention with the FMxR3D. We could be witnessing a fight break down pretty soon.
Most definitely possible, but it seems like going into our last few matches of the day in this Super Weekend, teams are adopting a slightly more cautious approach. Most probably remembering the fact that, hey, every single point that you're able to get on here matters so much, because there is no real guarantee that you will be in the next Super Weekend. Of course, there is the belief that you have in your ability to make it through the league stage and find yourself in the next Super Weekend. But right now, right here, you're there and you want to capitalize as much as possible. But in that regard, Hunk, taking a few shots, not landing any, actually just ends up revealing his position.
Yeah, I think, you know, both the teams were pretty much aware about each other, right? They just weren't aware about these specifics of where they're going to be located. And a little bit of an information given out as Star realizing that, you know, there's no point peeking in from the same angle because, of course, FMxR3D do have that little bit of an altitude, a little bit of an advantage to work around with. as we do see the Cybertruck in all its glory. And given the chance, you had enough money, would you buy this vehicle for real?
Yeah. If I had enough money, why not?
I mean, any other options you could have gone for?
Maybe. I mean, after that last Erangel match and getting to see that Lamborghini showroom, I do have that Lamborghini stuck in my mind. So maybe an Aventador or two. But hold on to that thought for a second, because Tyrant is trying to nail down Clarity with some sprays, but he's not landing a single shot.
I mean, a lot of teams whiffing on their shots a little bit, but 420 will not. Very mechanical player, as you can see, just making sure gets that one tap connected as Wasi barely just scrapes through, right? Still managing to survive. But look at Tyrant, literally living life on the edge. And well, we've got to see if he can pull off a knockaway. I really do not find any sense in this particular fight, right? Because let's be honest, even if anyone from them gets a knock, what is going to happen next? You know, you are just going to damage the other person's vest or helmet. Objectively, CA, you're not accomplishing anything.
Yeah, exactly. But it is the playstyle we've seen from Freestyle again and again and again. They really like to be, I mean, as their name suggests, truly free in their style. They don't really care about those macro objectives, and I think it has hurt them to a large extent in this Super Weekend, because in the league stage where teams were much looser, you could see Freestyle they were dominating, but in the Super Weekend where teams are playing much tighter, they're much more cognizant about their macro standings and approaches. Freestyle, they have fallen a step off and not been able to find the same level of form. And again, here Tyrant and Vasi, they're making sure that Clarity don't rotate. Yeah, sure, but at this point, they're not really accomplishing much else fixes, like you said.
You know, again, Vasi sort of repeating that same mistake, peeking from the same angle, and did take quite some damage up until the point he made the fall, right? This is where, you know, Freestyle need to understand that you know, there's nothing remaining for them to fight for. They can just back off a little bit. Go to a different direction altogether, because Clarity, I don't think they're going to let go of this position, quite considering the fact that as to how the circle has really panned out, they've believed that they are going to find some success in near future. But you know, this is what I was talking about. Yes, Tyrant got a really amazing knock. He's been in a stellar form. But what's next, right? All he could get was a knock. But at the same time, you've got to understand the fact that these boys have rotated pretty early. So you do tend to have limited amount of ammunition, and you cannot constantly be applying that sort of a pressure, because you've got to save it up for the next few circles, right? And in Sanhok, it's so difficult to sort of start off, get your loot done, and then again try and get back to looting, right? Because there would be teams everywhere around you, and it's going to be interesting, because we're sort of down to a stalemate, because not a lot of action is happening right now. All the teams are rather more focused on how they want to rotate, as you could see this sort of becoming a little bit of a quarry circle. Now with quarry, I've always advised all the viewers and the competitive players, never get inside the trench, because once you're going down, it's so difficult. It's nigh impossible to, you know, make it out alive.
Yeah, exactly. And I think really we're going to have to see if which teams do end up using that philosophy, because with the number of teams around the area, I'm sure some teams will use the right approach, some teams will mess it up. So right now, the approach seems to be just to wait for the circle shift and figure out how that goes. And in that regard, we've got still MetershotxSKY towards that Paradise Resort area, FMxR3D and Magnus quite away towards the northern edge of the circle, and potentially going to find each other, with Magnus running straight into the hands of FMxR3D here.
It's rather the other way around. FMR3D want to make that dash coming in, and finding Mom2, as Shaw will get himself in a good position, taking down Respect, as trade galore is what we can see from both these teams over here. As finisher, he's going to be getting a few finishes out, and will need to get that rest back onto its speaker. It's still the second circle, so nothing much to really worry about, as Mom2, he's going to get finished off as well. And Adil, I think he's going to cut his losses and get inside the circle along with Cairo, because that is all that remains out of FMR3D. Now if they could somehow figure out Shaw's position and take him down, then you know, you never know, tables can be turned, because they know where FMR3D's other two players are, and could do quite a massive chunk of damage could pull out a disappointment for FMR3D, but abstaining from doing anything as close. But I really like how SALTxi8 has positioned, doing the right things. They had the chance, they could have gotten inside the trench, but staying outside of it because they knew even if we face a sort of a curveball situation where the circle goes away from us, at least we can make our way inside the zone. At least we can be in a fighting contention at the very least.
Yeah, and really we'll have to see how teams approach that next circle, because so far it's been quite a slow start as compared to the usual ones we get in Sanhok. Teams are looking slightly more cautious. Of course, Magnus did take a decent chunk of damage just now as they lost 2 players to FMxR3D. But other than that, we haven't really seen many teams engaging with each other. And now with the circle closing in as well, it's unlikely because most of the teams are focused on centralized locations to capture in the circle rather than extreme locations at the edge of the circle to try and gatekeep the teams coming in. So it seems like the teams who are outside the circle should have a free entry, with the exception, of course, of each other, where they might end up clashing heads with themselves.
Oh, it's going to be so exciting to see as to what's about to happen. As alright, Sirius, he's taking some interesting engagements out there. Not a right position to pick a fight against a team like Freestyle, who are enjoying that little bit of a sweet high ground to themselves. Look at Sirius, how open this lad just was, right? Had he delayed even for a single second, I'm pretty sure Tyrant would have gotten the better out of him.
Yeah, we're just able to time that very, very well, Sirius. I think a key reason of why Quantum Rage have even moved for most of the Super Weekend then in that number 1 slot. They'll be looking to recapture that number 1 slot from SALTxi8 from this match or Sanhok, and hope that they can pull it off, because what it started off looking extremely strong from day 1 from IQ's clutch, that momentum seems to have dissipated from the hands of Quantum Rage, and they seem to be finding themselves in much more of a struggle to continuously finish in that top mark. Yeah, but I say struggle in the sense that, of course, it's not as easy as it seemed to be before. But this third airdrop fixes, we got an MG3 with a 4x scope. That's pretty valuable, and I do notice quite a few teams near it.
Yeah, I mean, right now at this point, there's no chance on earth that they could go for it, because, yeah, of course, you can take a plunge, take a dip inside the water. It's hot, it's humid, and then once you get to the drop, it's going to be so difficult to come out alive, as this is the curveball that I was talking about, right? Now, this is where 4VTFT and Team Clarity can start dreaming of a chicken dinner. Maintaining those compounds is going to be so instrumental for both these squads if they need to have a good finish, as FMR3D just passing by Star Esports as they look at them gazing, but no, God Fury will get the better out of finisher over there, gets the knock, gets the finish, and this is the point where we're gonna see all the fights, right in front of us. It is the point where hell is going to break loose.
Yeah, it most certainly seems to be the case right now. Fixes has most teams will be caught out in their rotations, other than, of course, those few teams in those nifty compounds, as you mentioned, on either sides of the bridges. Now, talking about getting caught out, SALTxi8 seem to have spotted off FMxR3D. They've down 1 player who's a downing shot as well. Suddenly, FMxR3D under a lot of trouble right now, as SALTxi8 looking to slam in. Potentially, the car coming in from the eastern side, carrying 2 players. They're moving in on this compound. They want to eliminate FMxR3D and take a compound for themselves in one fell sweep.
Oh yeah, and now SALTxi8, well, they've got their eyes on Anubis. It is going to be their IGL. He's been making a lot of movements, as Anubis is going to take some massive chunk of damage as he's going to step out of cover, as Uzum will find no trouble at all to get the knock and suck the life out of him, as Pika, well, he's going to make a run for his life. Now, FMR3D had a really good start inside the game, but look at where they are with just Pika surviving. the last player, SALTxi8, they've got to make a run for themselves as well. Now, considering how late they are into the circle, it's going to be so interesting as to how they get inside the zone with so many teams trying to gatekeep them, and with Star right behind them. So they could be in a little bit of a sandwich situation as the grounders moving out. Khan watching every single movement right in front of him as he does manage to break this lull. Takes a dig at SALTxi2, instead spots out Shapatar. Whiffs this shot as well, but this grenade surely needs to connect. Will it though?
Will it though? That's the question. Doesn't knock them out, but grenade after grenade on Khan right now. He's just trying to survive and hold on to his life. His team not too far. They trying to back him up as he holds on to this singular rock. Now Shapatar, he's pushed in quite close to Khan. He is quite low. He's going in for the kill, but he was too low to do that. Shapatar gets shut down by Wolverine. The back of a QWERTY, very much present.
Yes, and this is exactly what QWERTY needed, right? But Khan really fighting between life and death in that particular situation. One good nade and he could be done for, but look at Kurama. He is heading out for the flank. This is not ideal situation that grounders would want to get into a fight with, having that little bit of a low ground situation going in for themselves, as Khan is gonna get his hands on Zigsaw. Will find that knock as the grounders, you know, we were starting to sort of anticipate that comeback from their side. You know, the grounders have been the best team in Sanhok so far, but maybe this time the gods of PUBG Mobile had a different plan in mind.
Yeah, it seems like the final Sanhok of this Super Weekend is going to be quite different in that regard. As we see a lot of teams clashing on. I'm just seeing red after red after red in that live ranking pop up. As teams just exchanging blow after blow. Fleestyle and H2E right now seem to be engaged in a fight with SALTxi8 not too far behind. All of this to try and make their mark into the circle now. Towards the eastern edge of the blue zone actually. We see Star and TUF just caught in a quarry of a situation as they eliminate a couple of players right here. I believe 3x, yeah, eliminated, but TUF, they still can't get out of this situation because they've got Star hunkering down on them, refusing to let them leave.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's gonna get so much more exciting with just 10 seconds raring to go now. Star really find themselves in such a pickle over here. They somehow need to make a move inside the circle, and it's the fourth one. It's gonna start hurting you a little bit. It's gonna be interesting to see if any team has a plan C. That is that infamous nasty heal battle, which I really would not want to see, but considering the situation these teams are, I'm not gonna be complaining or cribbing about it if they try and do something like this. QBZ not being the right weapon of choice to be spraying from such a longer mid-range. Clearly Ali not finding his mark this time as he's gonna cook his grenade. Does find Emerge right in front of him as Emerge does get a beautiful damage dished out onto its Thor. Not really successful in getting that knock secured, but would however want to get that finish somehow nonetheless.
Thor under a lot of trouble. He should get picked up right here by Star, but they're gonna have to make quick work of this because otherwise they're going to take a healthy chunk of damage from this play zone and potentially remove themselves from a situation where they can't even contest. Now Ali is just hiding. I think he might have taken plan C, like you mentioned, Fixes. Just try to secure as many points as he can in terms of placement for his team and try to sneak up on Star if they try to leave. But seems like Emerge has a fair idea that someone is in this building, and I wonder if Ali will get caught.
Now, very interestingly, you know, Star is still playing as a 3-man squad. I do not understand why. What could be more important than PMPL, the most important tournaments of their lives right now, as TUF finally fall down at the 15th spot, as there's sort of a stalemate situation going on between Ali and Emerge, as Emerge does advance at his direction, but we do have another fight, a big fight breaking down. Amit says it's going to be QWERTY going up against MSKY. And CA, what do you think? Who's going to get the better piece of the pie here?
Well, the way QWERTY are positioned, it most certainly looks like it will be them because they've got the revival on Destroyer done as well. Now they will move into this compound looking to clear it out piece by piece. And with MetershotxSKY only having one player left standing, it looks like an impossible task right now for SALTxi8. But he's trying to move to that top floor, hold on to his position. How long, that's the question, and it doesn't seem for much longer.
Oh yeah, and there you go. I mean, this is where MetershotxSKY have done it again, and this time it's gonna be Ash who self-naded himself, and they really need to work upon their nading skills, right? They need to make sure they do not have those slippery fingers, as I can see Zipion getting the better out of the players of SALTxi8 as Nocto coming back into action, and I was certainly missing this player, and I think he could be the one maybe trying to change things all the way for Regicide, as they are hammering down on towards the players of Quantum Rage, getting that knock on towards Alpha, but overextending a little bit, will get punished by IQ though, but Voltrox still making sure that grenade will get that trade that they were looking out for. Sirius with just that first hit, still out of contention from that coveted infamous healing battle, will however be heading at Voltrox direction, looking for some kills getting secured, but Nocto getting himself back up. Now he's gonna go ham after Sirius, and how on earth are Quantum Rage gonna come out of this situation, CA?
It looks like they might just be done for fixes. But before they go down, they look like they want to take a couple of teams down with them. Insane has been knocked. Johnny will be too. And while Sirius might go down, he makes sure that Regicide goes down along with Quantum Rage. Brilliant gunplay display from them, but they're on out of there, and surely that will mean that SALTxi8 get to just continuously push on forward in terms of building their lead in that #1 slot. Now FMxR3D eliminated as well, as this circle takes yet another shift towards our northern edge. Again, the early control of that compound you mentioned fixes for 4v coming up huge, because they're the only team with decent cover out here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of privy to these situations multiple times, so I sort of knew this one was coming. You know, it had to be either 4v or Clarity, either of them. But right now, you know, 4v this is certainly their game to lose. Having spotted out the players of Clarity, 420 boy. Well, he's just trying to keep himself out, hiding himself in that tree's cover. But for how long is the question, as SALTxi8, they're sort of submerged inside the waters. They're going to come out soon nonetheless. But for 4v it's going to be so imperative that they keep their eyes every direction, right? Because they're going to be susceptible. They're going to be pushed in by a lot of other teams, as rightly said, Wolverine has already fallen down, as Destroyer getting into very close proximity of the players of 4v But the question remains, can he get a knock out of the window? No is the answer, as Ahmed will be getting the better out of him, as Khan coming into play, as he's on really low HP. The last surviving member for Team QWERTY needs to patch himself up, at the same time ensure that Destroyer is sort of safe. Yes, he is indeed. This is the moment. This is the point where SALTxi8 make their move, as Danny is going to be taken down from the backlines, as SALTxi8 find that early success, as Goose will also get his hands on towards Zen, as Crypto gets traded off. But the battle is still on, CA, as 12 players still survive.
And you can see, in terms of the forecast, 4v as you mentioned, two fixes most likely going to pick up this winner chicken dinner, because the way the circle is too, there is a tiny portion of the circle they don't have control of, but even that, it's only SALTxi8 in the easternmost edge if the circle decides to go away from these compounds, which honestly seems quite unlikely. Now QWERTY though, on the edge of these compounds, they've got a small corner for themselves. They're trying to hold on, but they've been flushed out with Fire. Khan, surviving with a meager amount of HP, will be able to hold on to his life.
Yeah, Blade trying to form that little bit of a wide angle, and Khan surviving the onslaught of that grenade. Blade does find success, and with that, SALTxi8 make it to the top 3, as they are going to be charging in through, utilizing every little bit of that smoke over there, as Crypto would be the one leading the charge, but spotting out the players from underneath. Crypto does find that success on towards Danny, makes no mistake in getting that kill confirmed, as right now SALTxi8 are going to be charging, ambushing on towards that compound. Very good prone in spray for him, as he does manage to find out Ash in the process as well. SALTxi8, they are men on a mission, and the next target right in front of their heads is going to be 52x Rage. A beautiful start in from Blade, does manage to get the knock, does manage to take down Daku to very low HP, as Ghost will be charging him from behind, but no, takes that route from the doors. Daku still succeeding somehow,
Wow.
but Crypto will chime in and gets another winner chicken dinner. It's back to back coming in from SALTxi8. There's no stopping these beasts as they have accumulated yet another $500 inside their pockets. Wow, what a game.
Yeah, it does seem exactly like that. Predict the circle, get your right location. SALTxi8 do not give a damn. They'll meet you in your own playground and shut you down. Yet another winner chicken dinner picked up for SALTxi8 as they're ramping up their charge on that top of the table and creating a significant gap between themselves and the rest of the pack. This is the team we talked about that was so close to reaching the international stage. This is the team that we talked about that wanted to really come into PMPL Pakistan and just make it a piece of cake, because their focus clearly is on the next steps, on getting to the international mark, and damn do they look clean while they do that.
You know, the first day was just a dummy for them, right? They were just trying to test the waters, how the lobby is, because in the second and third day they definitely have managed to recover themselves. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, so much to talk about this matchup, but after this short little break. Go.
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Boy, oh boy, what a way to build up that lead. You know, they are just cruising past every single team. SALTxi8 against all the odds, they've managed to do the unthinkable, right? For VTFT. I mean, of course, you've got to feel bad for them, but this time it's not Crypto who was their star, right? It is indeed Blade coming in clutch. 7 elimination for this lad. And the way things started off, it was looking a little bit gloomy, you know, having lost out on Coast, being reduced to a 3-man squad. But still, Blade holding on to the helm and making all the right decision, all the risky plays, the risky maneuvers, and making sure that SALTxi8 excel to the very top.
Yeah, exactly, and I think very well done by Blade in that regard. He went on a rampage and he shut down QWERTY as well. So clearly a player that was on an absolute tear when it came to this map. But Crypto not too far behind. Number 2 for him. It goes number 5. 3 players of SALTxi8 making it to that top 5 mark. That's what I call some domination.
Oh yeah, but you know, again, you've got to give comments to the players of Team QWERTY, right? If SALTxi8 are going to be enjoying the fruits of the chicken dinner, quite wrong literally, well figuratively, but it was because of them, right? Because had QWERTY never engaged against 4BTFT, had they not drawn their attention towards them, SALTxi8 would have never gotten that little queue, that little opening to capitalize upon, and making sure, but we'll get back to that in a little bit of time, because we do have an head-to-head which is clearly dominated by SALTxi8. I'm starting to ponder, why was this even brought up?
SALTxi8 just ahead in every single manner, as him under pressure throughout the start, right? We saw that interview early on between Johnny and Ocean as well. They mentioned this is one of the players to look out for. We talked about continuously through the league stage how the entire fan base is looking forward to Crypto stepping up and showing what SALTxi8 have what. And in this Super Weekend, I think he's more than delivered.
Yeah, I think they definitely have, especially considering those first day lapses where we were sort of wondering where on earth did SALTxi8 vanish, and here they are, riding the rocket up to the moon, and it is SALTxi8 at the tippity top, and it's a back-to-back, so it's a kind of a statement. Now it's going to be really interesting if they can get a hat trick, or maybe I'm just cursing it way too early, but. Yeah, I think a pretty good game for all these teams. 4v you've got to feel bad for them being pushed in, pressurized from two different sides, and it gets difficult over there. You have to make sure that you do not get knocked, and even a single knock can really open up, could be just the kind of a breakage that you're looking in your ship, and that is the sort of a leak that happened, and that is where SALTxi8 really capitalized on that situation. And even after doing that, they still had one more target, and it was the players of 52x Rage, who apparently just lined up for them, and all they had to do was be tunnel vision to a particular direction and just mow them down.
Yeah, exactly. It seems simple enough for 52x Rage to a large extent, but SALTxi8, they make like easy work of them. They make it look so simple, and you can look even in terms of the drops. They're so different from any other team that when we see this analysis of a chicken dinner from any other team, it's quite different from the way SALTxi8 like to do it. Quite split up early and really relying on the fact that they know exactly where most teams are going to go for. They're able to get these small compounds for themselves and really get their pick of choice in terms of loot.
Oh yeah, I mean right now, clearly the biggest task for SALTxi8 was to get out of QWERTY, right? Because if you could remember, there were so many teams gatekeeping it, and look at the route that they chose, right? Going all around the edges, head off into the waters, take a dip, be patient. I think holding on, being patient has been the key through and throughout, right? And they made sure every single fight that came in front of them, they took it, right? They did not shy away from that. And once they got that moment to capitalize upon, once they knew that QWERTY has been creating so much trouble for 4v drawing in so much attention, as this really came handy. And yeah, I mean, I still do have the same expression. I was like, how are SALTxi8 pulling all these players off CA? I mean, this sort of kind of throws into thinking, this is exactly the SALTxi8 all their fans were looking for, and finally here they are.
Exactly, and when you think back to the league stage, even in the first day of the Super Weekend, they were the one continuously being extremely aggressive, taking the fights, continuously being a little almost chaotic, I'd say, as compared to what you see now, which is structured, methodical, very efficient in their approach to the way they want to pick their fights, the way they want to move from circle to circle. So I think in that regard, SALTxi8 clearly have turned over, I mean, I want to say a new leaf, but it's not exactly new. It's what their standard style of play used to be coming into PMPL Pakistan.
Yeah, and now they've just started getting the feel of it, and this is likewise the SALTxi8 that we were all eyeing out for. But more than that, apart from SALTxi8, we did witness quite a lot of changes inside this game again with this one little fight, right? Khan had his backs against the wall, but still somehow managed to see himself through in that particular situation, right? Especially the grounders not really having the perfect ground to fight upon, being on that lower scale, had so much trouble, but yeah, I think a lot of changes also being made. This time 52x Rage finally making sure that they keep themselves out of the harm's way, do not engage with MetershotxSKY, as it has sort of been a custom with MetershotxSKY. Someone or the other from their team tends to hammer the nail on their own foot, right? And these self-nades have always been such a huge problem. This time quite so was also the case when they went up against QWERTY and got eliminated on. But this is exactly from Blade's POV how we found the players of QWERTY, and then look at this little close range display. Now, I was starting to ponder what went wrong with Crypto. Why is he losing those close range duels? And finally you could see the King Crypto, going all big, high and mighty, way above the others. And look at the damage graph. Now you've got to call it out. It is two back-to-back chickens for SALTxi8, especially in the map of Sanhok.
Exactly. I mean, yesterday they were able to pick up a chicken dinner. They came very close to finishing off the day with one as well, but it was snatched out in the last moment. And I think really, even today, the fact that they've done so in back-to-back fashion really is speaking to the fact that this team is starting to display that level of skill that we were expecting from them with regards to really running away from the opposition. When it came to PMPL Pakistan at the start of the day, it was at the start of this week, it was all about teams trying to catch up to a team like SALTxi8. It didn't seem to be the case in the initial stages, but now it is exactly that, because the gap they've created in terms of points as well, it is teams trying to catch up to SALTxi8 in terms of those points, in terms of that gameplay, and in terms of the decision making. SALTxi8 just ahead in every single way right now.
Yeah, I think, time and again, we might sound like broken records, but they've done everything just right. Look at them, where they were yesterday and where they are today, the way they are accumulating points for themselves. And, this could have been clearly the third chicken dinner of the evening, just barring that huge choke against Teen Wolf. But it was Teen Wolf supremacy in Miramar. But, SALTxi8 again. This is the kind of a performance we were all eyeing out for. Now look at how they've built up the gap. Yesterday they were catching up with the pace. Little bit of that chicken dinner to end that final game. Second position with 18 kills. We started feeling it was coming, and today it was Hell Hath Fury. And Quantum Rage seemed kind of a little bit caught off guard. They were not expecting to lose the lead by this margin, right? And the same can be said for H2E. But good news for all the QWERTY fans, they surely are catching up.
Yeah, I think QWERTY is starting to show a lot more consistency than we saw in the initial stages of the weekday stages, the league stages itself. And it is amazing for the QWERTY fans to witness, because again, this was the champions team coming in from the qualifier region. Similarly, for TFD, they'll be happy with that 3-jump slot, but will be slightly disappointed that they're not able to capitalize more on their position in Sanhok. But for now, I think they'll take it. I think now their intention will be primarily to get themselves into the first page in the last match, get themselves into the top 10 by the end of the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I think those are the realistic goals that they've set up, right, for themselves. And they're not stepping on the gun. But for Regicide, having Nocto coming into the fray, I really thought this could, spark a few changes. It could be for the better good. But look at that seismograph going out there. It has just been getting better and better. And this is exactly the kind of a performance that you would want. And this is what number? I'm saying the same thing.
I mean, at this point, we've got to say, man, because we've got to show it as it is. And the way it is that SALTxi8 are on a massive upward trend. We'll have to see if they can finish off the Super Weekend on a strong note, though, because that's just as important as building up to it. You need to take that momentum with you into the rest of the league stage, so that you can build onto that going into the second Super Weekend. If suddenly you end up being the team that is first eliminated after this upward trend, you'll be doubting yourself a little bit, And also, given the fact that this is, in this Super Weekend at least, the final chance for these teams to grab an extra $500.
Oh yeah, and the most coveted hat trick for SALTxi8 could be on its way. Now, heading into Erangel, CA, and for all you viewers out there, what do you think? Answer this out loud and clear. Every single person in the chat should be telling this to us. Can SALTxi8 pull off a hat trick in the final day of the first Super Weekend? What about you, CA? Are you a believer?
I am, but after the kind of circle I saw yesterday, after the kind of madness that I saw yesterday, I have a weird feeling that it's going to be a team like Quantum Rage or H2E picking it up and making that battle for the #1 slot really, really close.
Okay, I mean, you are going in for the underdogs over here, the dark horses inside the tournament. So, all right, I'm gonna take it. Of course, being neutral observers, we're just gonna let the game speak for itself because now every single time a team makes it to the second chicken dinner, that little bit of an extra added pressure comes in at the back of the mind. A little bit of an extra pressure to perform, not just from themselves, but also from the fans as well. Now everybody wants this, right? This is the storylines for tomorrow's news, right? SALTxi8 get to the tippity top with a hat trick chicken dinner. Now that could be the frontline news for SALTxi8 in the worlds of PUBG Mobile esports, of course. But I think regardless, just keeping SALTxi8 a little bit aside, we still have 15 more teams playing with us in this super weekend. So Quantum Rage is what you've gone for. This is where I really want QWERTY. Or H2E. I really want QWERTY to get one because it's long time coming, right? With SALTxi8, there has to always be an opposition coming in, right? If they are the kings, they've always been challenged by QWERTY. And I would really want the competition to get spiced up a little bit, Now we do have 3 teams in contention. Why not a 4th?
Yeah, I'd love that. I think a chicken dinner for QWERTY will be the exact thing they need to try and reduce that gap a little bit more. I think it's around that 40-point mark right now. So if they're able to get themselves a 30-point chicken dinner, get that difference down to just 15, maybe even 10 points, that will mean that going into the next super weekend, they have a legit shot at that #1 spot. So it will be very exciting if QWERTY can make it happen, and we'll have to see if they're able to pull it off. But with no further ado, let's get it started. The last match of our Super Weekend one.
Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. And we're all hyped up for one last time this Super Weekend. The Big Bird is in the sky, and it's going to be a pretty interesting flight path trajectory all the way from Zarki towards the Snovka military base. That eastern area completely just opened up. It's gonna be so alarming for all the teams, especially teams like Quantum Rage, QWERTY, who head as far as Isnaya and Lipovka respectively. It's going to be interesting as to how they're gonna find their vehicles and how they're gonna make a move. But I'm gonna be more interested about that little bit of a scuffle happening around the George Paul containers with TUF always poking the players of Clarity, dishing out some early casualties out of them. But have Clarity finally found an answer? Let's find out.
We'll have to see if Clarity is able to maybe change it up, because the thing in the last Erangel, even though the circle was around their primary area, they did end up falling prey quite early to TUF, like you mentioned as well. Then I think in the last Erangel of yesterday, we saw Clarity switching up their locations because of that crazy circle. They went for the ferry pier drop, went for the early rotation into Sosnovka, but then they got screwed by JD, that lone player of Quantum Rage, in that last moment. Now we're seeing quite a similar circle to our last Erangel right here, a northwestern circle form about, and maybe, just maybe, finally I'll get my wish of that container finish right now.
I mean, a little bit of a glimpse of the past circle that we just had. It's going to be really interesting. But container these days, it's been such a rare circle for the final zone to end around containers, right? I think on most occasions. Wait, hold on, Shapatar. Well, he's on a mission right now, on a vehicular manslaughter attempt at Tyrant, who's just going to be running circles around him, and he's outplayed him. But wait, hold on, maybe not, as it gets closer than ever, as he's making all the right jumps, as finally the cavalry arrives, and it's going to be Avenger who's here to be out there on a rescue mission. This time it's going to be Tyrant on the chase. But no, I think it's really wise and smart from Freestyle to look at the bigger picture. They need to get back to their designated drop location and get their loot started off, because they still have a match at their hands to win.
Both of the teams just playing a bit of a ringa roses, and then being like, okay, peace out, meet you later, or maybe never, depending on our fates in the rest of this lobby. But right now, I really like this PMPL background right now here for QWERTY with those kids. I don't think I've noticed them carry those before. Maybe I've just not noticed it, or maybe they've just picked it up now. Either way, it looks quite nifty. But I think, again, in terms of that circle fixes, the conversation we're having, quite similar to that previous circle. And of course, the drops, once again, quite similar. I think a few things that the teams will want to change, though, is the way they end up approaching it. The areas they capture early, those are going to be the key factors in determining whether or not they do end up getting the victory right here.
Oh yeah, it's going to be so crucial, but alright, I mean, I've had enough. I have had enough! Oh my goodness, MetershotxSKY, from being one of the most impressive squads in the PMPL this season, to be the one who are doing all those gags out there. I mean... Certainly, it's funny though, but it's fine, you know, no harm done. I think Mary's gonna get himself back to full HP as Team QWERTY. Let's see, what do they have to offer in this matchup? Now, this is the point, you know, we're gonna start looking out for Rahman, right? Mr. Dependable, because come on, I mean, all the viewers out from Pakistan will agree with me on this, you know. At a given day, when Rahman's feeling himself, when he's not a little bit cribby about anything at all, he's on an absolute rampage, right? If there's any player that QWERTY read at this moment right now, it has to be Rahman. You know, there was a certain time when he was touted as the best player in Pakistan, and he's been through a lot, right? Both on and off the screens. We have seen him in multiple tournaments, but right now, sort of throws me into thinking as to why is he not playing?
Yeah, potentially maybe a couple of third-party circumstances as things he can't control either ways. I hope we find out, and I hope he comes back soon enough. But right now, what I am noticing fixes is around that Gatka area. We see Regicide, and I didn't get to notice which was the other 52x Rage, I believe. Quite close to each other is the team we see on the screen as well. So we'll have to see if they do end up colliding with each other or not, because again, we're seeing that slightly more cautious approach from teams heading into this final match of the Super Weekend. They don't really want to give away those freebies. Well, with the exception of those little bit of, how do I say this best? The humorous moments that we had at the start with the cars.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such an interesting start to the game, right? But hold on, Zen, just living his life on the edge, has spotted the players of R3G, Voltrox. He's got to make sure that he keeps himself out of harm's way. I think he's sort of oblivious about Zen sneaking in close.
Oh, he might just be, and Zen will be able to get away as Voltrox goes in the completely opposite direction. Zen will just take a quick dip and head on out of there. Nocto as well, quite close to this, and it just seems like Regicide's players, they're more focused on their rotations rather than spotting our 52x Rage, and I wonder if that's going to end up hurting them later, because while focus is great and all, if you're not noticing players quite close to you, free eliminations really, that close to you, it will end up meaning that they come back and bite you, because maybe 52 Rage end up taking that aggressive note and try to shut down Regicide.
Yeah, and this is the moment where, you know, you would not want to get picked off, right?
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting as to how SALTxi8's rotation in this game is going to be, because we're sort of witnessing that early traffic being built up around those southern side of Everest mountain, right? Now this is where you've got Magnus already there. That is where they sort of drop. You've got TUF. Look at FMR3D. They've made some really quick rotations. Now this is one of the circles that really can be decided after the third or the fourth split. Now we've seen these circles kind of go down towards the shoreline, on towards the west. If it is a really drastic one, if we're witnessing some early curveballs hitting, otherwise it's gonna tend to go around that ruins area. Or we've seen this pattern, right? On that one occasion where just ending around that northern side of the Georgia Paul containers, right? On the top northeast compound. So we've seen these sort of similar circles, and teams are prepared. We've just got to see who executes, who times it all right, and who gets to have the final laugh.
Yeah, 100%. And that execution It's going to come in clutch for these teams to try and end off this Super Weekend on a good note. Now we're seeing standard rotations, so the teams come out. SALTxi8 on their Sosnovka drop a little later to the punch, but it is to be expected. I think another team that we're not getting to see in this screen right now, it's on the edge of our screen. I see a tiny MS right there, which is MetershotxSKY on their standard Nova Repnoid drop. Will come in quite late on the rotation. It's something we saw in our third match of the day as well in Erangel. But what I am noticing, Fixes, is Magnus going for that mountain range just to the south of that Georgopol area, getting that early control towards the center part of the circle. I wonder if that ends up taking a key role in later circles.
See, now this is the problem that I have when you're going up top, right? If the circle is ending at you, well and fine, you're good to go, right? You have the highest point inside the map right now. You are spotting out absolutely almost everybody. But that is where the trouble arises, right? The moment you start to fire shots, you have everyone's undivided attention at you. And imagine the circle shifting away from you. That is where the trouble begins, right? The moment you take that downhill journey, that is where you're going to be sprayed left, right, and center. And it is almost impossible for any team to make it out alive, right? Without any casualties, without even taking a scratch. So that is something that Magnus really need to look upon, because I have seen this in the past happening, but the way the circle has shifted, right, gives us a little bit more clarity. And I look at this zone kind of tending to go a little bit towards that Georgopol squad house, or maybe take another shift towards that eastern side around where 3x have stationed themselves. So this is going to be really important to see how the teams are going to be playing this through. But I really like how 52x Rage are rotating. Regicide's position shows a lot of promise, but Freestyle also coming in, chiming. So a lot of teams around the southern side is going to mean a lot of trouble. That means a lot of action. That means something that I think you and I both are going to enjoy.
Yeah. 100%, and I'm actually curious to see maybe the PUBG Mobile gods, throw in a twist right here, because you see all of the circles, they're all of the teams are concentrated around the Georgopol hospital, even ruins area to a certain extent, but there's almost no presence to a Zorki, to a shooting range, especially the mountainous areas there. So I just wonder, maybe with a small twist, even though it's rare, teams end up shifting on there. But right now, that's not what we've got to wonder, because Freestyle, they are under a lot of pressure. Malik is trying to get away, but the chase is on. Vroom Vroom Style is ready side trying to catch up.
Oh yeah, they certainly are, but look at this, this is the gangster style, as we call it, as Regicide seem to successfully thwart off the players of Freestyle over there, as Tyrant barely manages to make an escape for his life, as Wasi will be going down. So Freestyle taking some massive amount of damage. This is what we really wanted, CA, and that is something that we got here.
Yeah, exactly. We wanted teams like Freestyle to be able to, teams like Regicide to be able to step up to the mark. You can see in terms of the live rankings, Regicide were able to reclaim their 15th spot from 3x. They seem to be in a battle of their own. But for them right now, with this final match of the day, it'll be about trying to get much closer to the teams right above them, because throughout this Super Weekend, there's been a huge gap between those two teams and the rest of the table. So if they're able to reduce their gap end off this Super Weekend on a decent note, it will remind them that, hey, you know what, we had a poor first Super Weekend, that's okay, as long as we consistently feature in these and continuously build on our form, that's what matters, because ideally you want to peak during the grand finals.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, right now, we're still talking about the early phases of the PMPL, right?
Yeah.
We cannot be driving ourselves into conclusion, because this has again been customary. A team dominating in the first Super Weekend kind of tends to fall off a little bit, because a lot of teams sort of do intense research on them, and their tactics kind of get figured out. But look at SALTxi8's rotation this time. This time they did not come down from that southern western side, but rather have taken that longer route all the way from Rozhok Bridges, and this time they've got their eye set at 4v TFT, because that is where I look at them advancing at, and could get a couple of freebies for themselves, as Leon, he's got to watch out for himself, but instead gets a better out of course. And again, SALTxi8 stepping up on the gun, little overwhelming, you know, and have to pay a hefty price for it, as deciding to sort of rotate back from that mainland, not from the northern side. This is not good.
Yeah, exactly. The moment we've been talking about, you know, about their smart, methodical plays, about the fact that they always took it safe in the last few matches today, the fact that they're able to consistently pull it off, it's where they get a little complacent. Almost they almost like turn off for a second, they let loose, and they pay the price. But they've lost only one member so far. We'll have to see if this can be a wake-up call for the rest.
You know, this again brings us down to this little conversation that we were having, right? Overthinking at certain times, and that is what happened, right? Ideally, you know, you tend to commit towards the north. You've hit north. There's no reason why you've got to doubt yourself. Oh, there's a shift. No, we've got to get back. And being unaware of your surroundings, they had to pay the price, right? And they were all high on confidence, and that clearly did not help them out. But a little bit of a replay with Regicide really picking up the pace here, as they managed to take down one player of 52x Rage, as Quantum Rage haven't really been raging like they have been doing in the past couple of days. Could this be their chance at redemption? Could this be where they want to be getting a chicken dinner? Because, well, mind you, in the first day, I think it was Quantum Rage that managed to get both the games, 2 games chicken dinner out of the 3 that they had to play. So clearly, one of the teams that really find themselves comfortable. But this is where we've got to see where the circle takes that drastic shift at.
Yeah, really, Quantum Rage has been a team that you know, got off to an astounding start in that first day of the Super Weekend. Since then, it hasn't really been poor. I'd say for them, it's just been more not as great. I mean, it's quite hard to recapture that level of greatness, like the clutch that IQ was able to pull off, for example, the momentum that was able to create for them going into day 2 as well. But they've shown a decent level of consistency. They managed to hold on to the number 1 slot for quite long. Only today did they get overtaken by SALTxi8 in that regard. But a single chicken dinner can change that again, and for that, they're the team that walks away from this weekend as the team with the most number of chicken dinners in terms of that prize slot. So hey, we'll see if they're able to make it happen. Right now, this circle shift going towards that northeastern area, bringing us into play with that small river as well as that mountainside area as well. So FMxR3D especially in a decent position, but given the fact that they're quite in an open area, I wonder if any other team decides to aggress on them early and take away that position from them.
You know, I think 4VTFD have really made that early movement. I mean, that's a perfect spot to be in, but now they're going to get sandwiched so badly, because you're going to be stuck, as Uzum does manage to get the better out of a few players of 3x Esports, as QWERTY get their hands dirty dealing with the players of MetershotxSKY, and they've back-to-back managed to wipe them out of the server yet again. It all started in Sanhok, and it continues in Erangel as well. MetershotxSKY, boy oh boy, have they really gassed out CA?
That is the question. It seems like MetershotxSKY just not able to find adaptability in their teams, because I think that's been the major issue, that you know, even though they were one of the teams that really stood out to us in the early stages, they haven't really changed much in that regard. Where other teams have learned, other teams have evolved, they've stagnated. Now, talking about stagnations, the US stood in one area for too long. They've been pressured by Star from one side, Quantum Rage from another. But Serious, he's been dealt a blow right back around, and IQ will have to come in clutch with the backup to make sure Serious doesn't go down.
Yeah, but it is Spark who's also there, and Quantum Rage still showing some really promising signs out there. But Team Star this time with their whole squad. Usama, well, will spot out Joker. Will he continue with the spray? Yes, he does. And with that, God Fury will be the one who gets the final nail in the coffin. And that being said, TUF is out of the game, but just following right after is a tight slap on the face with that Mohsin Nagat. And for now, 3x Esports holding on to their life. Now in a collision course against H2E.
quite close right there. That collision course could be fatal for either of these teams right now. But H2E, they're playing it safe. They're playing it calm. Now Insane with a key nade. He's knocked down Crypto in a deal, exchanging blows with Hacker out here, where 3x comes into the picture against H2E as well. 3x, they've lost the key player, but they will try to trade it out with Red over here, but they need to aggress quickly because Red has got the high ground. Red has got the information advantage as well. Red is holding on for dear life, and if 3x don't move on sooner, Red might make them pay.
I think, you know, they've spotted out this smoke coming out, and Miracle is gonna make sure that he punishes Dread for making such a ludicrous mistake. But no, it is gonna be Dread who's gonna be a little proactive in that situation. But Magnus just right behind him, as Dread is gonna be making a movement as he spots out Cronus, but now backs off a little bit because he still is gonna make sure that he maintains himself inside the circle, as a backfire coming in from the backlines, as Dread managing to get the final kill, as Pan will have to pay the price, as Kaizen will be the one taking him down. But regardless, H2E managed to survive that particular fight, as we head on to another one with Regicide now against the players of Team Magnus.
Oh, it's fight after fight, fixes, especially when you think about the fact the way it started off slow, it was meant to happen. All of these teams congested in this small circle, now in a flurry to try and get into the circle, try and capture key positions, but they catch each other. On the other side, they're building up some huge smoke covers to try and revive their fallen teammates, but all it's going to take is one perfectly cooked nade to shut them down. So Regicide, they're going to have to be real smart and careful about the way they play this, because you can see several teams, they've got their eye on them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we see 4v eliminating 52x Rage. Suddenly, just like that, another team out of our hands. We've lost, I believe, 5 teams so far. But this, oh my god, you could see from Sensei, wow. He was waiting for the right moment, took it appropriately, and then again.
Yep, and we're witnessing a few of those bolt action plays. They are going to be all of that in on everyday basis, right? We do have those players who tend to love their bolt actions, but right now Regicides find themselves in a little bit of a pickle over here, as they've got to deal with multiple squads. And now Teen Wolf making sure that he gets the better out of Osama Star under heavy pressure, as Respect is going to be building that a little bit of a smoky wall for himself, as Magnus now all under the covers of those trees. And there you go, this is the shift that we were talking about. The grounders still somehow, Zigsaw making sure he gets a little bit ahead, manages to get that knock as they head up against FMR3D. Shaw getting knocked out, and Nubis will be cooking up that grenade, but now is in flames, literally burning. But how long can he stay alive? And that is where he falls down, as the grounders finally feeling comfortable in this particular situation. And nade coming in at Pika's direction. Kobe must be proud, CA, as the grounders, they are doing it. It all comes down to finisher, the last player surviving, as the players of the grounders are rather prioritizing on towards the healing battle.
This is starting to get real close, and chaotic fixes. Danny's gonna be spotted out by Alpha, but he manages to get his strokes in time, running away from them, and that ends up revealing Alpha's position. Wolverine will end up downing him, and it's all to play for all of these teams. Clarity coming out for the water for a single moment to take out Leon OP, and Danny, he looks to return the favor, but Clarity, again, they survive against all odds, but not for too long. Zabion's been taken down. Look at Teen Wolf, he's being sneaky. He's trying to come in from a flank angle, potentially surprise Danny.
Look at who's being more sneaky here. It's Team Star right inside the water, sitting in that pilot seat, and all they are doing is dishing damage from behind. But this is the hottest property right now in the server, this squad house, which sits at the very center, at the very heart of where the zone is, as we do have 3 squads contesting for this little compound. We're finally hearing some shotgun shots being in that nearby distance, as Kurama has gotten himself inside the vehicle. It's absolute carnage, it's absolute mayhem. Who finds himself at the better end of things, as it is Pika coming out from the stairs, gets that knock on the players of the grounders, as Sensi somehow is inside the garage, alive and doing well, as FMR3D Finisher and Pika have done such a good job at recovering in this particular situation as Cairo makes his way inside this little bit of a house as he's going to deal with the players of Regicide running out of ammunition, needs to reload on his AKM, does find the player of Regicide proned in, steps out of cover, Voltrox on a sliver of HP, still somehow he's making it happen, but gets taken down at the final lick of moment. It's absolute madness here.
Absolute madness indeed, Fixes. Carnage and mayhem is all we get to witness, and it's not over just yet, because FMxR3D, they're on the edge of the house. QWERTY, they've seen all this destruction, they want a piece of it, they're coming in, slamming in, but are they coming into their deaths? It most certainly seems like it. The garage has been turned into the graves of QWERTY, and they will find grounders digging up those graves right here. FMxR3D, they're surely the next ones to pay. But amongst that chaos, Gravity, he's managed to sneak into this house. 3 teams still in this one tiny house.
You know, the last thing he would want is pull attention towards himself and steer off from the competition. Just keep himself inside that little murky smoke patch that he has going in, but taking quite some damage. But Gravity still coming through, manages to secure that one knock. Can he get another grenade going in? And he needs to find the right direction, needs to find that right window pane to throw that grenade from. But before that, needs to patch himself up a little bit as Gravity looking to dish out some extra amount of damage. As SALTxi8, he's gonna be cooking up that grenade as well. A nade lobbed at Gravity's direction. Is he gonna survive? Yes, he does, as it gets out of the window. But look at Regicide finally finding themselves comfortable in that little bit of an open area, as Magnus have control over that little bit of a compound, as Pika manages to get the better out of SALTxi8, as Zigsaw will just blow that vehicle right beside Gravity. Will put an end to things as Pika finally emerging out from that first floor, still playing around the stairs, still safe and sound.
We've got 6 squads remaining, but no squad with more than 2 members alive. Every single squad with everything to play is going to come down to some individual madness to pull off the amazing chicken dinner right now. Magnus Esports have been eliminated. Make that just 5 squads left remaining in this lobby as the circle is closing down and these teams are under a ton of pressure. Now the only players amongst all of these squads who are left out in the wilderness are Freestyle, and it seems like they won't be for too long. Finisher will find Malik, shut him down, and that leaves Tyrant on his lonesome behind a minuscule rock as his cover. Surely at any moment he's gonna get spotted out and taken out.
But he's still inside the zones here. Now, yes. I would love for the circle to take a drastic shift at his direction. And Tyrant, he need not move a muscle. He is safe and sound for the time being. Could at least get some few finishing points. Could get some few position points stolen out from around here. But the resilience shown by Pika, I do not understand how he can still keep composure playing in that sitting position. As right now things are getting very intensified. A little bit of a lull before the storm comes our way. We've seen that wave 1. This is definitely going to be the reckoning of wave 2 happening just after this circle comes to an end, when we see that little bit of a circle inclining to someone. Who is it going to support? Is it going to help the players of the Grounders and FMR3D? Is it going to help the Regicide? Or is it going to help Tyrant? I have been loving Tyrant this entire Super Weekend. The kind of clutches that he's pulled out, definitely one of my top 3 players in the Super Weekend. But this is his moment of glory. If he can do something like Teen Wolf did in that Miramar game, he's going to be a legend for sure.
On this circle, almost done closing out. It's gonna 7, 6, 5 more seconds right now before we find out which team is it going to end up favoring. Will it take a shift towards Regicide? Will it take a shift towards Freestyle? Or will it stay at the compound FMxR3D and Team Grounders find themselves in? That is the main question, and we'll have to see, because right now none of these teams, they want to make a move. They're waiting for that circle to try and decide. And look at this, Fixes. Not exactly in the way of Tyrant, but enough for him to make the final move when it comes to shifting into the circle. The rest are going to have to expose themselves first. The rest are going to have to take the fights first. And that's exactly what's happening in this house. FMxR3D and Team Grounders decide that if they are to leave this house, well, only one of them will leave it alive.
you know, everyone's just rattled at this particular point, right? Everyone's shaking. They know they've got to make that push, and it is going to be Finisher who is going to be going down the stairs a little bit, takes a little bit of damage over there, deals a few, and finally Pika right now, he's going to be in a collision course, but it's going to be Regicide, Insane, managing to find that knock on the players of the grounders. This could be the perfect opportunity that FMxR3D were looking for, but Insane's nade comes out, and it's going to be Finisher who's been taken down from FMxR3D's side, and they have no time to get that res back up. It's the 8 circle trying to close in, and Insane saving all these utilities for the very end as Kurama has been taken down. It's going to be Zigso who's going to be taking the Wrath from the circle. Some massive damage being dealt upon him as Insane is going to be taking down Pika from up above. Oh my good lord, what on earth is happening as Tyrant? He's just prone it. Finally his moment of glory comes out, and this time in a 1v2 situation, can he clutch it out with the Stormy Gone? Finds out Insane in this process, does manage to take a few shots at him, but no is going to be the answer as Regicide, after 14 games struggling in the 15th one, get that chicken dinner with 15 elimination. What a game that was, CA.
Yeah, what a game indeed. A 30-point chicken dinner nonetheless with 2k plus damage done. Regicide, they might not have had the greatest of super weekends in this first super weekend right here, but they end it off with an absolute bang.
Oh, they certainly do, but you know, the kind of a situation that we have really found ourselves into, you know, Regicide, wow, boy, oh boy, that has to be one of the most intense games that we have seen in the Super Weekend. Surely SALTxi8 did miss out on that hat-trick, right? A little bit of a wrong decision, not even a wrong decision, because well, it was not a full-hearted commitment, right? If you are committing, just go for it. Taking a second thought, trying to go for that reverse Uno card did not really work out for them, and they had to pay a hefty price for that. But still, right from the very start, we were witnessing fights after fights going on, and wow, what a game. But right now, we're going to talk about all the action, but after this short little break. Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
What a breathtaking end, CA, to this first Super Weekend. And I mean, more than anyone else, I'm gonna ask you. I mean, this was the first time you came in. You did, you know, watch the Pakistan region go all out. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling extremely emotional, I think, because they gave me such a roller coaster of a ride. It was up and down, continuously volatile, every single team giving it all they got. And the way it ended too, Regicide, insane, 8 eliminations, most of that damage on the back of those insane util usage that he had towards that final circle. Brilliantly done by Insane, saving those nades. First of all, that is one hell of a move for that right moment. But then perfectly cooking them, landing them, doing damage to both of the teams in front of him, and then finishing off Tyrant to grab the chicken dinner. It's like he almost got a hat trick of plays for himself instead of SALTxi8's chicken dinner hat trick.
Oh yeah, I mean a little bit of a salt put in by the players of Regicide on SALTxi8, but yeah, I think regardless, the two teams right in front of us, the statistics comparison, clearly Regicide being the better team, and finally finding themselves that much important chicken dinner, because at a certain point it had been so frustrating for them. They were trying to go aggressive, but nothing really was working out for them.
Yeah, Regicide just weren't able to find their form in this weekend. I think it was quite disappointing for them in an overall regard. And even though they got the chicken dinner here, even though they get that $500 in the bag, they will be happy about that, no doubt. But they won't be happy about their performance in this weekend overall. So I think what this chicken dinner will mean to them is really a platform to build upon going into the next Super Weekend, to try and find themselves on a comeback streak, because for them it's going to be all about getting on that upward trend and building upon piece by piece by piece. But this is a brilliant start.
Oh, this indeed is, right? As we take a look at the match ranking, and this game was absolutely mental, ladies and gentlemen. We have seen similar circles. We haven't really seen a circle end up at the squad house of the Georgia Paul containers, right beside it. We were sort of anticipating a little bit of a shift towards the northern side, maybe around that river lines a little bit, but that did not happen, and that sort of became the hottest property, with not just one, not just two, but rather 4 and 5 teams contesting for that one little spot. Everyone just finding their own corner and managing to stay alive for quite some time. But yeah, FMR3D considering that little bit of an early hiccup in that mid-game phase, but still I think Pika and Finisher did a tremendous job in keeping their team alive for so long, and bagging that third finish. I think they're going to be happy with how they've performed this time.
Oh, most definitely. I think for FMxR3D as well, this was a bit of a redemption matchup, and they were able to perform. I think will be slightly annoyed that they weren't able to get the chicken dinner, but so far so good. I think it will be for them. I wonder if they made it into the top 10 on the basis of that performance. We'll get to see soon enough. But I think overall what it will mean for them is just that they have that solid foundation to build upon. But you can see in these Oppo moments, the start was a little slow, teams were a little bit cautious, but the moment the third and fourth circle started kicking in, once the action started, it just never stopped.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was kind of really interesting right from the very start. I think this was one of those games that we cannot really categorize was a little slow from the start, right? We had action left, right and center, all the drama, all everything ensuing in front of us in that final game, right? We saw everything. We saw some amazing Mohsin Nagant knocks, we saw some AWM finishes, we saw some vehicular manslaughters, we saw a few, swimming fishes in the water dealing damage from the backlines. We also saw this. What was that?
It was quite hilarious, I think, overall. Like you said, we saw some humorous moments, we saw some brilliant outplays, we saw some mechanical skill as well with those bolt actions coming into play. But what we really didn't get to see is all of these teams in their, I think, in their very best of form, because it did seem for a second they were running helter-skelter. And honestly, I like that, because it does mean that there's still so much to witness from these teams, that while they're able to turn up, give us such an amazing matchup, their potential, well, really the sky is the limit. But talking about the limit right now, again, something that has become the trend for us in Erangel. Unlike a lot of Miramar matches, sometimes when it happens where a single team ends up dominating, while Regicide did dominate here, in terms of the middle of the pack at least, the damage quite well distributed, showing us that everyone was taking a shot at each other.
Yes, and this is what we were talking about, right? Regicide being so very patient and everything just working out for them, absolutely right. But nothing taken away from FMR3D. Some really good resilience being shown, especially by Finisher, making sure he kept Pika alive till the very end. Towards the end, we saw some valiant effort coming in from Gravity as well. So I think this was such a good attempt. But for the other teams, right? SALTxi8 taking an early exit. MetershotxSKY, I mean, what a fall has it been for them?
Yeah, and just huge fall, really. I think, again, a team that has stagnated to a large extent, a team that hasn't really been able to adapt against all odds, and a team that we will have to see in the next league stage if this form ends up continuing for, because if it does, it will mean that it's a very high chance they don't make it to the next Super Weekend. But at least they finish in the top 10 for now. So I think for them, it's just going to be a matter of going back to the drawing board, figuring out what's going wrong and correcting it. But off of the back of that second place finished FMxR3D with a 3-spot jump, finishing in the top 6. I think given the way this Super Weekend has gone, they will be content with that for now. But hey, as you can see, overall it is SALTxi8 leading the charts. 3 chicken dinners for them, 3 from Quantum Rage as well. Our top 2 teams clearly in contest with each other, but right now trying to separate themselves. It is SALTxi8 with a significant lead, 18 points to be specific. H2E, though, a team that has surprised us all in this Super Weekend in their ability to just deliver those consistent performances, get those placement points. As you can see, they've got more placement points than elimination. They're not the most aggressive of teams, but their ability to consistently get into those top finishes, that's what's got them in the top 3.
Yeah, and you know, this is so good, right? This is so nice from, you know, you've got 2 teams that I really did not think would make it to the top 3, but here they are, see. I mean, this is exactly what we needed from this region, right? Some fresh new faces, some fresh new teams with that hunger, you know, to give that, all the viewers, you know, amongst thousands watching over here, there must be that 20 to 30% who do have that esports aspiration, right? A little bit of a glimmer of hope being given that, provided you're heading in the right direction, putting in the right effort, it is going to bear you fruit some point or the other. It's going to take a little bit of time. I think H2E, they certainly have been one of those teams that has been in the scene for quite some time. Quantum Rage, we have also seen these players, and it took almost 2 years to get to where they are right now. I certainly really want them to head into the finals and achieve laurels for the Pakistan region, even in the SA Championship.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that's going to be a long-term goal for them for sure. But right now, it's all about maintaining that consistency, delivering Super Weekend to Super Weekend, and then delivering again in the Grand Finals. And while saying it might be very simple, actually getting it done is actually not so easy. So we're going to have to see which teams are able to find that consistency to pull it off. We're talking about consistency. 3x Esports are the only ones left quite far away from the rest of the table, because Regicide, with this chicken dinner, they get close in that 86 mark as well. Now, very much close to the rest of the table, you know, not too far behind from the top 4 itself, or the top 5 teams, where they're only about 20 points or so behind. But 3x Esports, they're about 50 points behind Fixes. So a huge gap for 3x Esports to climb.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about 3x. I'm more worried about the other teams that really missed out this time,
yeah.
CA, because they're still sitting at 0, right? So next objective will be, of course, qualifying into the Super Weekend for all 4 of them. That means someone from the 4 that are playing right now might not play. Now, that could be completely up to speculations whether we're going to see the same playing 16, or maybe, you know, the other teams. I think, you know, North Esports is definitely one of the teams that needs to make a comeback. But we did have a little bit of statistics out of SALTxi8, who clearly have been the best team today, at least, and overall also in the Super Weekend, managing to maintain that top position towards the very end. A little bit of a steal, kind of felt like the Formula 1 race today, right? Leclerc maintaining majority of the lead right in the 47th lap. Here comes Verstappen out of nowhere, taking that lead and winning the Grand Prix. So SALTxi8 sort of having a similar kind of a storyline today. They were looking, I mean, quite a similar storyline if you talk about the previous Bahrain GP. Of course, Red Bull is going out, and that was the case with SALTxi8 in the first few days, right? They were not really looking to be in form, and suddenly getting it all and being on top, it is an achievement that they can be proud of. As we take a look at elimination leaders, we do have Blade this time topping the charts. What an absolute masterpiece this lad is.
Yeah, an absolute Really wonderful performance from play throughout the Super Weekend. 43 eliminations fixes. Almost 8k damage run. You can see the gap in terms of damage between Blade and the next player on the list. Over 1.6k damage as compared to everyone else. But talking about damage, Ash from MetershotxSKY, 9k damage done by him in that number 4 slot. Clearly, it's not an individual issue that MetershotxSKY are facing. It's more of a macro issue that I hope they get fixed in the rest of this second week.
Oh yeah, I mean, right now, you look at Crypto, you look at Ash, a lot of players making it into the list, a few of the players being dropped down, and I think Sirius, I think he was not playing yesterday. As a result, has fallen down to the 9th spot. 420 boy, a few early eliminations, finally getting some composure. Still at that 8th spot. Malik again, along with Wasi, has been one of those players. But I search out for Tyrant. What a show this player has been putting up. Even Pika in those final few moments. So quite some familiar faces for all of us to be happy about over here. As the competition, I must say, CA has just gotten started, right? It's the 1/3 of the competition that we're done with before we head into the finals. Still 2 more weeks to go. But before that, a little bit of a summary for the entire day. It all started with H2E getting a beautiful chicken dinner with 11 kills. And then in the map of Miramar could have been a chicken dinner for SALTxi8 had they not choked in that last moment. And Teen Wolf coming out with a clutch out of his life, securing that chicken dinner out of nowhere. Then SALTxi8 were completely enraged. They knew they had to, establish the domination that they did in the 3rd and the 4th game of the evening. A little bit of a mistake coming in from SALTxi8 sort of resulted in them getting eliminated pretty early on. But it was the boys from Reggie's side who was struggling and finally breathed a huge sigh of relief as they managed to secure their hands on not just the chicken dinner, close in that 30 points gap, and are now $500 richer.
Yeah, Regicide, I think, finishing off the day with quite a bang, but really, SALTxi8 was the team to talk for about, because as you can see, in terms of that summary, Quantum Rage, on the back of that IQ clutch, they ended off day 1 on the strongest of notes, but since then, it has been SALTxi8's supremacy. Day 2, the last few matches, they were able to finish in the top half of the bracket and able to get themselves those key points. But day 3, with the back-to-back chicken dinners, they got themselves some huge moves on the table, finishing in that number 1 slot to finish off this weekend.
Yeah, and this has been clearly SALTxi8's Super Weekend. Nonetheless, of course, Quantum Rage, showing such a valiant fight, CA, till the very end, right? They kind of closed in the gap. Just now 10 or 15 points between them, 1 chicken dinner, and they can, I think, take that top spot out there. But what an amazing evening it has been, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I'm pretty sure you've all been enjoying these matches. Of course, if you did like the cast, do not forget to hit us on Instagram, follow button for CA and I. You all know me by my name, Fixes. Of course, CA cast also there. And don't forget to follow us on our social handles as well, on PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan, on the Facebook, YouTube and Instagram channels as well, because all the latest updates regarding this tournament are going to be granted. But personally speaking, I do not know if I will be able to get some sleep in the night, because that last match, it is going to be running circles in my mind.
Oh, 100% Fixes. You're going to be continuously thinking about, wait, could they have done that? Could they have done that? I'm sure that's the same case with the players, though. They're going to be thinking about it continuously, but that's okay. This was just our first week. We got 2 more to go.
We certainly do. And with that, does come to an end for all the matches of the evening. We're going to go on a day's break. We'll be back a day after with fresh second league week for you guys. Till then, take care and have a good night. Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Yes.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा लिया नहीं तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैग टैग दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस मैं किया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे तेरा चलना ही
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 Knock out करूँ दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूँ ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूँ बिना चिकन डिनर कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तस्मा जो बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखण दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाहता लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न